Good evening and welcome to the Town of Oakville's Planning and Development Council meeting of Monday, March the 4th. Madam Clerk, we have regrets from Mayor Burton and Councillor Shee.
That is correct.
Thank you. Members of Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor. I'm going to declare tonight an interest in item 6.2, which is the statutory public meeting regarding the town-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 4 dwelling units per property in Sheridan College area, file number 421562 and 421563. As I just prior to the meeting received correspondence regarding the application, specifically of the Sheridan College housing area to my street. And correspondence with respect to excluding the block that I live on. So I'm going to declare an interest.
Thank you for that, Councillor Adams. You'll be pushing away from the table on that one. All right, Council, who would like to bring us into Committee of the Whole? Councillor Lischina and Councillor Longo, thank you very much. Number 4, we have a number of consent items. How would you like to deal with those, Council? Councillor Duddick.
Motion to approve.
So that would be 4.1, 4.2, 3, 4, and 4.5? Thank you very much. Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Acting Mayor Giddings, can you just confirm that one of the delegations is not for the consent item? The addresses don't seem to line up correctly, but there is a delegation. And I just wanted to make sure that I think there may be a misunderstanding on the part of whoever entered it.
Madam
Perhaps
Clerk,
the clerk can help us.
Madam Clerk, do we have any delegations on one of the 4-point items? Councillor, we don't have anyone listed as a delegation for that.
All right, thanks very much.
All right, thank you. There are no confidential items before us this evening, and so we have public hearing item. And currently we have 18 registered delegations. And so we may be in for a long evening. Councillor Chisholm?
Acting Mayor, did we approve the consent items? I don't think we had approval, did we? Did we miss a step?
All right, moved by Councillor Haslett-Thiel, Councillor Duddick, all the items. Are anyone not in favor of approving those? And that's carried. Thank you, Councillor Ray. So the public meeting items. We have a number of delegations that will be Zooming or phoning in. If anybody is watching this evening that would like to participate as a delegation, you may call 905-815-6095. And we'll be getting to that shortly. And so if people want to get ready to call in, you can do that. First of all, we have a public hearing item 6.1. We have Kate Coburn that's available for a brief presentation. Ms. Coburn, are you with us?
Yes.
There you are.
Yep.
So 358 Reynolds Street.
That's correct. And if my friends can put up the presentation, we are. Okay. Thank you, Acting Mayor and members of Council. This evening before you is a draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment applications, which have been submitted by David Fay and Associates, Inc. on behalf of their client, McDonald Rose Incorporated. The proposal relates to the development of lands for 11 freehold townhouse dwelling units. And of course, this can be found on tonight's agenda as item 6.1. And the purpose of tonight's meeting is to introduce the applications to council and the public, but also to make a decision on the application this evening. The applicant did hold a virtual public information meeting on June 13th, 2023. And prior to this meeting, staff have received one letter of objection in regards to this proposal. And as previously mentioned by the chair, if there is anyone watching the live stream of the meeting on oakville.ca and you wish to speak to this item, please call 905-815-6095 and we will connect you to the meeting and you'll be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. Next slide, please. The property is known municipally as 358 Reynolds Street. It's situated at the southwest corner of McDonald Road and Reynolds Street and is located within the Trafalgar Road Heritage Conservation District. The property is occupied by a vacant 3-story former medical arts building that supported the former Oakville Trafalgar Memorial Hospital, which is to the east of the site. The former OTMH site is now home to the Oakville Trafalgar Community Center and is approved for future residential development along McDonald Road and Allen Street. Next slide, please. With the proposal, the applicant proposes 11 3-story freehold townhouse dwelling units with individual accesses along McDonald Road and Reynolds Street. The applicant proposes a built form that would accommodate 2 vehicle parking within a private garage and 1 parking space on the driveway. And the proposal also involves the urbanization of the right-of-way on the south side of McDonald Road, which would include piping of the existing stormwater ditch and installation of a sidewalk. Large second-story decks are also proposed at the rear of the dwelling. And the image before you shows the concept site plan, which is the image to the top right, and a concept rendering the image to the bottom left of the proposed townhouse dwellings. Next slide, please. With respect to the livable Oakville official plan, the lands are designated medium density residential, which was approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal in July of 2022 as part of a previous development application that would see the development of a 3-story 14-unit apartment building. As discussed in the staff report, since the lands were previously subject to the planning approvals granted by the OLT for medium density uses, there is a general acceptance of the building types that can be considered for the site and what has been deemed to conform with the Trafalgar Road Heritage Conservation District Plan. Staff supports the opportunity for intensification on the property and agree with the applicant's submissions that townhouse dwelling units as a medium density building type can be accommodated on the subject lands. However, it is staff's opinion that the applicant has not sufficiently demonstrated how their proposed modifications to the RM1 zone would implement the official plan policies. And it's on this basis that staff recommend refusal of the application as it's been submitted. Next slide, please. The existing zoning of the property is RM4 with a special exception 416, which was approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal in July of 2022. And this existing zoning permits a 3-story 14-unit apartment building with modifications for height, balcony projections, and setbacks along the southerly lot line. The proposal would be to see a modified RM1 zone, which would permit modifications to decrease parking space dimensions within the private garage, provide for minimum lot frontages for each dwelling unit, increase the maximum height of the RM1 zone, and provide for large second floor decks at the rear of the dwelling. As detailed earlier, the applicant has not demonstrated how the requested modifications to the zoning bylaw would implement the applicable policies of the official plan. And it is on this basis that staff recommend refusal of the application at this time. Next slide, please. The applicant has also requested approval of a draft plan of subdivision, which includes 3 blocks, 2 blocks to facilitate 11 townhouse dwelling units, and 1 block for a road widening along McDonald Road, which would include a daylight portion at the intersection of McDonald Road and Reynolds Street. It is staff's opinion that the draft plan of subdivision is premature until such time as the zoning can be implemented to reflect an appropriate development. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff put forward the following recommendations for council's consideration. That the draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment applications be refused as proposed. And that should the application be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, that staff be authorized to negotiate and finalize a settlement of the appeal, if possible, to address the concerns outlined in this report, affecting the zoning regulations and the development standards to the satisfaction of the commissioner and the town solicitor or their designates. And that notice of council's decision would reflect that council has fully considered all of the written and oral submissions relating to these matters. As discussed, staff do not support the application as submitted, which includes modifications to the RM1 zone. However, staff support the development of the site with townhouse uses, which appropriately would implement the medium density residential designation. And so without the benefit of these satisfactory heritage impact assessment, urban design brief, stormwater management report, transportation impact study, as further detailed in the staff report, it is staff's opinion that the applicant has not sufficiently demonstrated how the requested zoning would address the town's policies and standards. And that is why we put forward this recommendation for refusal at this time. Next slide. As again, if there are any delegates, anybody watching the live stream, they may call into the number shown on the screen. And that concludes my presentation at this time. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Coburn, for your presentation. Madam Clerk, do we have any delegations as yet for this item?
We do not at this time.
All right, let's go to our council colleagues. Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, Acting Mayor Giddings. Kate, thank you for the thoroughness in which you've gone through. This is a property that, as you have experienced, has some neighborhood concerns, but I think you've landed in a place that helps us at least move forward. I had 3 areas that weren't noted, but I just wanted to know, would they be considered if you ended up in an appeal and had to do some negotiation? One was the importance of the privacy fence that borders the property. It's been raised as a concern from the neighboring property. The additional concerns are around tree protection, not just on the property, but actually bordering between the 2 properties. Are those things that we can try to do some more on, should it get appealed and you're working through a possible approval?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So those items, councillor, most definitely would be looked at. And to be honest, it would be typical types of things we would look at through draft plan conditions, should we get to that stage of this application. So we will take note of that and be able to determine where this is going to end up and know that those are items that we would be looking to consider.
Right. Thanks very much for all your diligence on this file.
Councillor Haslett-Thiel, your hand was up. Was that you moving this item? Any other questions from council? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Haslett-Thiel that the draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment applications by McDonald Rose Inc. for 358 Reynolds Street, file numbers 24T 23003/1613 and Z.1613.65 be refused as proposed. Further, that if the application is appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, town staff be recognized to negotiate and finalize a settlement of the appeal. If possible, addressing the concerns outlined in this report affecting zoning regulations and development standards to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of Community Development and town solicitor or their designates. And 3, that the notice of council's decision reflect that council has fully considered all of the written and oral submissions relating to these matters and that those comments have been appropriately addressed. Are there any opposed? Oh, Councillor Chisholm. You had a question?
I must be the orator tonight of corrections. You indicated in number 2 that the tribunal town staff be recognized as if the wording is authorized, just for correction.
Correct, authorized.
Thank you.
Are there any opposed? Thank you very much. 6.2, Councillor Adams will not be participating due to his declared conflict. We are receiving a number of phone messages coming in. So if you're waiting for the phone to be answered, please stay with it. We have somebody taking your information. And so we have a presentation from Brad Sunderland regarding the town-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for dwelling units per property and the Sheridan College housing area. There you are, Brad. You have a presentation for us.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and members of Council. Tonight, I'll be providing an overview presentation of the town-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendments related to 2 different projects. One being the consideration of additional dwelling units and permissions for 4 dwelling units per detached residential property. And the second is for the Sheridan College housing area special policy area. The staff report and associated bylaw amendments can be found under item 6.2 on tonight's agenda. So both of these projects stem from a council motion from January 22nd, 2024, in response to the federal government's Housing Accelerator Fund program, which I'm also going to be providing a brief overview on. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to present the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and provide an opportunity for feedback from the public. No decision from council is being sought at tonight's meeting, and a future recommendation meeting is scheduled to be held in the spring of this year, where council will be asked to make a decision on these items. Given that this is a public meeting, if you wish to speak on this item, again, please call 905-815-6095. So just to provide a brief history of how we got to where we are with these draft bylaws. So in the spring of 2023, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation launched the Housing Accelerator Fund program. And the main objective of that program is to encourage housing supply growth and create certainty in development approvals. And on June 14th of 2023, the town applied to the Housing Accelerator Fund program by the application deadline provided to identified growth leaders, and Oakville was identified as a growth leader. CMHC assisted town staff to develop the town's HAP application. On July 10th of 2023, Council approved a housing action plan, which is a requirement to participate in the HAF program. The action plan included 7 initiatives to be undertaken as part of the HAF program and were included in the town's application. Throughout the summer, town staff worked with CMHC to address refinements and revisions to the town's HAF application while maintaining the intent of the council-approved action plan. Subsequent communications throughout the fall between the town and the federal government identified additional measures necessary for improving the town's application. Next slide, please. In response to those communications, on January 22nd, 2024, the following motion was passed by Council. So in support of the Housing Accelerator Fund, as advised by Minister Fraser with due regard for heritage conservation and infrastructure capacity and servicing, that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment to permit 4 units per property as of right for council's consideration within 90 days of passing this resolution, and that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment permitting 4 stories within 800 meters of Sheridan College for council's consideration within 90 days of passing this resolution. So in order to address council's motion, draft town-initiated official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments have been prepared and are attached to the report before council this evening. Receiving public comments on the draft amendments is the purpose of tonight's meeting. Next slide, please. With the council motion known, the following slide just provides some background information about the Housing Accelerator Fund program itself. So while the purpose of tonight's presentation is to present the draft official plan and zoning amendments, a little bit of understanding of the HAF program itself will help to provide some context of why these amendments are being brought forward. So 2 staff reports have been provided to council about the HAF program in the summer and fall of 2023, respectively. Both of these reports are linked to on the project webpage for these amendments and provide applicable background information. So the Housing Accelerator Fund, again, it's a federal program administered by CMHC. It's intended to provide up to $4 billion in federal funding to municipalities across Canada. So the intent of the program, again, is to incentivize and support initiatives that accelerate the supply of housing. And to participate, municipalities must apply with a council-approved action plan with at least 7 initiatives. The full, so funding of the program, the full delivery of the HAF funding awarded to a municipality is tied to the number of net new building permits that are planned and realized over the 3-year program window ending in December of 2026. The funding program operates with 4 advances, beginning at the execution of a contribution agreement and each anniversary date thereafter. As part of the program, a monitoring reporting to CMHC is required as the program advances to ensure that the action plan initiatives are moving forward. Next slide, please. So there are a number of permitted uses for HAF funding received by the municipality, and the first being investments in the Housing Accelerator Fund action plans themselves. So any initiative included in the town's action plan that's approved by CMHC can be funded. Other permitted uses of HAF funding include investments in affordable housing. So that includes the construction, repair, or modernization of affordable housing or land and building acquisitions for said housing. It also includes investments in housing-related infrastructure, such as water and wastewater infrastructure, solid waste management, public transit, community energy systems, disaster mitigation, brownfield redevelopment, broadband and connectivity for internet, and site preparation for housing developments. It also includes investments in community-related infrastructure that supports housing. So this includes things such as local roads and bridges, active transportation facilities such as sidewalks and bike lanes, fire halls, landscaping, green space, parks, and open space. The permitted use of HAF funds are broad, and the allocation of funding is at the town's discretion. The town has identified its intent to allocate HAF funding to support the action plan initiatives and growth-related infrastructure projects that are in line with the permitted uses of the funds as I've listed. Next slide, please. So the action plan initiatives, this is a full listing of the initiatives forming part of the town's application, including the additional initiatives added by CMHC and the federal government in review of the town's application. So I won't go through all of them. However, I will note the 2 highlighted in red have been added to the town's application, and those are the ones being discussed tonight with the draft OPA and ZBA. I'll also note that item number 10, which is developing a gentle density strategy, was also an added initiative from Council's motion on January 22nd of 2024, and that developing a gentle density strategy is to identify criteria to assess properties for conversion to mixed use and commercial properties that meet that criteria. Next slide, please. So with all that background information in mind about the HAF program in general, tonight's meeting is in regards to 2 initiatives from the broader suite of HAF initiatives. And these initiatives are being advanced first as staff were given 90 days to complete these amendments as part of the federal minister's ask, as well as the subsequent council motion. The 3 official plan amendments and 3 zoning bylaw amendments are attached as Appendix A through F to the staff report. These amendments are town initiated in response to council's motion. They put in place a framework for future decision-making to direct and manage growth and change in regard to additional dwelling units and the Sheridan College housing area. The amendments are not a direct response to a privately initiated development application, and therefore no immediate development is anticipated or proposed resulting from these amendments. Next slide, please. So the first item I'm going to take you through are the amendments in regard to additional dwelling units. So before I move into presenting the actual draft amendments for additional dwelling units, it's important to highlight what the existing zoning permissions are today to better understand the magnitude of change that's being considered. So currently, the town's zoning bylaws permit 3 dwelling units on a lot containing detached housing, a semi-detached house, or a townhouse throughout the town. These permissions are in line with the provincial legislation, which requires all municipalities in Ontario to permit 3 dwelling units per property containing a detached, semi-detached, or townhouse dwelling. Provincial legislation also states that no zoning bylaw may ask for more than one parking space per additional dwelling unit, and no zoning bylaw can regulate the size of an additional dwelling unit. The town updated its zoning bylaw in April of 2023 to implement the new provincial legislation. So that's in effect today. And these are just two examples on the screen of what a property with 3 dwelling units could look like. Next slide, please. So what is changing? So the purpose of the OPA is to edit the text of the Livable Oakville Plan and the North Oakville East Secondary Plan to provide an updated framework for additional dwelling units that addresses updated provincial legislation and council's motion to permit 4 dwelling units up from the current 3 dwelling units. And the effect of the proposed amendments to both the official plans are to permit additional dwelling units subject to regulations of the zoning bylaw. And currently the plans refer to second units, which is out of date from the current terminology being used by the province. And it ensures additional dwelling units do not count towards the calculation of density, and that is as per current town policy. It enables guidance materials to be developed and ensures applicable bylaws are used to regulate development. And it also helps us to align both the Livable Oakville Plan and the North Oakville East Secondary Plans with a consistent policy framework. Next slide, please. And the associated zoning bylaw amendments to zoning bylaw 2014-14 and zoning bylaw 2009-189, they both redefine accessory dwelling units to additional dwelling units throughout the bylaws, including for greater clarity definitions for detached and attached additional dwelling units. And in addition to the permitting in addition to the primary dwelling unit, they permit a maximum of 3 attached additional dwelling units within a detached dwelling on a lot, or they permit a maximum of 2 attached additional dwelling units in addition to the primary dwelling unit, and 1 detached additional dwelling unit within an accessory building on a lot. And I know that sounds like a lot of gobbledygook, but there is a image on the next slide which helps to describe what that means. The new regulations also put in place safe access requirements to additional dwelling units with a minimum of 1 meter exterior path of travel to the main entrance of any accessory dwelling unit. And it requires a minimum of 4 parking spaces for detached dwellings that accommodate 4 dwelling units. So the proposed changes to the zoning bylaw do not alter the existing zoning regulations or development standards for residential zones. So this includes minimum lot sizes, minimum setbacks, maximum heights, or any other regulation that control the allowable building envelope of a property. Those are not changing. Next slide, please. So again, this is a possible configuration for 4 dwelling units on a property. So these are examples of 4 dwelling units within the main residential building. And there's a sample image of a house that would do such a thing. Next slide, please. And these are examples of what a detached dwelling with an accessory building could look like, where 3 units are accommodated within the main dwelling and 1 unit is accommodated in the detached structure. Next slide, please. So the changes permit 1 additional dwelling unit more than what is currently permitted, and they only permit them for detached dwellings. The number of properties that can accommodate 4 units really does depend on a range of factors, including existing zoning regulations around the size of residential lots. Some lots may not be large enough to accommodate 4 units, and not all properties will be well suited to achieve the maximum of 4 units per lot, and not all properties will be able to accommodate for the increased residential use. The permissions for 4 dwelling units within detached dwellings are subject to the existing zoning regulations as mentioned. The proposed amendment does not change the permitted building envelope for a house, but they do enable more units to fit within it. The size of residential buildings is not proposed to increase beyond what is currently permitted in the existing zoning regulations. In regard to designated heritage properties and heritage conservation districts, a heritage permit is required prior to any change being made to a heritage attribute on an individually designated heritage property or on a designated property within a heritage conservation district. The heritage permit process ensures that significant built heritage resources and significant cultural heritage landscapes are conserved. Development, including the creation of additional dwelling units, both attached and detached, as well as any exterior site alteration, would only be permitted where it has been evaluated and has been demonstrated that the cultural heritage value of the protected heritage property will be conserved. Lastly, a heritage permit is also required in any instance prior to issuing a building permit. And again, we had several comments around trees. So the removal of trees in the town is subject to the town's private tree bylaw, and the proposed changes do not affect the applicability of this bylaw. Next slide, please. So the next initiative in the package before council this evening is the Sheridan College Housing Area Special Policy Area. The Livable Oakville Plan provides a framework for how and where the town will grow, established and enabled through its urban structure. The urban structure directs the majority of new growth to identified nodes and corridors, with some change anticipated in the town's residential areas. To address council's motion to enable 4-story building heights within 800 meters of Sheridan College, new special policies are required, which would enable greater levels of change to take place within the town's residential areas, beyond what is currently contemplated. The proposed amendment sets out the expectations for the type of change that may be permitted within the new special policy area. The Sheridan College housing area falls within the town's residential area, but is also situated along the Trafalgar Road corridor, which is an identified corridor where growth is directed. Nodes and corridors where growth is directed is commensurate with the level of existing and planned transit service. In regard to the Sheridan College housing area, this area is well served by transit along the Trafalgar Road corridor, which is the highest level of bus service within the town, as seen in the transit map on the top left of the screen. Next slide, please. Proposed changes related to the Sheridan College housing area, special policy area, apply to the area generally bound by Upper Middle Road to the north, White Oaks Boulevard to the east, Sewell Drive to the south, and 6th Line to the west. The properties which would be subject to changes under the special policy area are generally seen here outlined in red on this map. The boundary is approximately 800 meters from Sheridan College and delineated using prominent features within the adjacent community, such as major roadways and natural features, to assist concentrating areas of change to contiguous communities. It applies to the lands that are designated low-density residential, medium-density residential, neighborhood commercial, and their corresponding zones. No lands that are designated parks or natural areas are contemplated or included within this amendment. The 800-meter boundary represents a walking distance of approximately 15 minutes, and it's used as a measure in many planning documents for walkable communities, including the Ontario Growth Plan. Next slide, please. The purpose of the OPA is to modify text and schedules of the Livable Oakville Plan to establish the new policy area, known as the Sheridan College housing area, and establish a policy framework to enable increased density permissions, including building heights up to 4 stories within the residential area. So the effect of the official plan amendment is that it establishes the new special policy area that it's delineated on the mapping. It establishes the goals, objectives, and the development concept to guide decision-making for future development. It establishes new functional policies to address parking, accommodating increased density through property consolidation and lot consolidation. It has policies in regard to housing and urban design. It also establishes new land use policies to enable a broader range of medium density residential uses within the residential area and the Trafalgar Road corridor. And it establishes implementation policies to ensure that this area will change gradually over time and that we will coordinate these changes with Sheridan College over the long term. Next slide, please. The implementing zoning bylaw puts into effect the policies of the Livable Oakville Plan. The effect of the zoning bylaw amendment would create a new special provision which would apply to the residential low zones within the Sheridan College housing area to permit residential medium uses subject to those zone regulations. So for example, RM1 would permit townhouses of 3 stories, RM2 would permit back-to-back townhouses of 3 stories, RM3 stacked townhouses of 3 stories, and RM4 would permit apartment buildings of 4 stories. There's an example on the next slide of what this might look like in terms of the change of residential low uses to residential medium uses. And so there's a visual that I'll walk through. The effect of the zoning bylaw also does the same for RM1 uses. It applies a special provision on those zones to permit also RM2, RM3, and RM4 uses subject to the same zone regulations. And it also creates a new special provision for neighborhood commercial zones, the C1 zone within the Sheridan College housing area, and it permits a maximum height of 4 stories and residential uses above the first story. And so C1 zones right now currently permit commercial uses on the ground floor and 1 story of residential above. And so this would add an additional 2-story building height above. So 3 stories of residential with the main floor being commercial. And it also creates a holding zone, a holding provision applying to the same lands to ensure that we're coordinating and integrating a comprehensive redevelopment process. So the holding zone ensures that prior to redevelopment being allowed to take place, the development has to confirm that there's appropriate and available water and wastewater services and that there's sufficient capacity in the system. We want to have a block plan submitted that demonstrates a coordinated and integrated and comprehensive approach for the development site in context to its surroundings. So that looks at how are lots being consolidated and do they work within the streetscape. And lastly, that the road and infrastructure improvements are confirmed and funding for these improvements are confirmed. Next slide, please. So this provides just a simple graphic just to try to demonstrate what some of the changes may take effect. So in this image, if you can imagine, Street A has a lot of houses fronting onto it. And these houses are all zoned RL5 with detached dwellings, and they are now being provided with a new special provision in the draft bylaw. It's called AAA. Eventually, we will be assigning a number to that. But so the minimum lot frontage for an RL5 zone is 15 meters, and the minimum lot area is 464.5 meters squared. So next slide, please. So in order to allow for RM1 uses to take effect in this area, they would be subject to the regulations of the RM1 zone that exists today in the zoning bylaw. So we're using the parent zone standards and basically just applying them to this area. So essentially, in order for a townhouse development to take effect, a townhouse development in the RM1 zone requires a minimum lot frontage of 30.5 meters. And so in order to create the minimum lot frontage, the right size for minimum lot frontage, you would require 3 lots of the RL5s to create the minimum lot frontage required and the minimum lot area. And in this instance, as an example, it would permit around 9 to 10 townhouse dwelling units. And all the other building regulations in terms of its built form would still be subject to the main parent zoning standards. Next slide, please. And so what this really tries to do in terms of allowing for the 4-story building heights within 800 meters of Sheridan College is introducing more missing middle housing. And this is the term that's used quite regularly now in planning, I guess, terminology. But really it's trying to allow for more medium density housing forms that are generally compatible within existing communities that are primarily at this point detached single family houses. And so it provides for a range of from townhouses, back-to-back townhouses, stacked townhouses, and low-rise apartments up to 4 stories. Next slide, please. So within the Sheridan College housing area, just as additional points of discussion, there are no listed or designated heritage properties, so that is not so much of a concern in this location. There are broader housing options being provided through these amendments should they take effect and should a privately initiated development application come forward to do something like this. Yes, they do serve a student population around Sheridan College, but they do also provide broader housing options for people and more affordable housing options, potentially with higher density housing and smaller housing units. There are also existing policies in the Livable Oakville plan that guide what can happen on the Sheridan College property specifically, and those permit intensification along the Trafalgar Road corridor. So we are looking at, the area around Sheridan College, but to ensure that we are also looking at the Sheridan College property specifically and the development opportunities that exist on their site. Sheridan College also has a master plan for its campus, and the town is having ongoing conversations with Sheridan College both about this initiative and their own. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm just putting forward the staff recommendations, and that is that the comments from the public with respect to the proposed town-initiated official plan and zoning amendments be received, and that staff consider any such comments as may be provided by council. And just as a point of to note, I guess the purpose of the next delegations is just the discussion of the OPAs and the zoning bylaw amendments. We do have an online survey available still until March 8th. It was available on February 13th, and so it's been up and running on our town's webpage. And we are moving towards a recommendation meeting to achieve the 90-day timeframe, either the council meeting at the end of April or early May to meet that deadline. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunderland, and for the clarity that the decision is not being made this evening. This is where we hear from our residents and people that are interested. My council colleagues and I have received very large volumes of emails from people from around the town, which we truly appreciate. Some of them include the fact that they believe that the decision was being made this evening, and that is not the case. Councillor Duddick.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor Giddings. Couple of questions. First of all, you had mentioned in one of your slides that the private tree bylaw is still in effect. My question is, when it comes to development, the private tree bylaw does not have bearing. In other words, you can't prohibit development based on a tree, correct?
So the private tree bylaw was in respect to the additional dwelling units. So that's really, we're putting additional dwelling units within the main structure of the building. So if there's a full redevelopment, like tearing down the house or and redeveloping it, there are private tree protections available there. I will have, I guess, Gabe step in if he has anything to add on that. But we do require hoarding, putting up around trees at a certain height or a certain diameter at the base to ensure that they're protected during construction.
I understand that. My concern is there seems to be a misunderstanding when you say the private, and this is something I get all the time with residents. When a development goes in and the trees start coming down, some are preserved with the hoarding, correct? But some of the trees are coming down and they say, but you have a private tree bylaw. Why is that permitted? And we have to try to explain to them, one is a private tree bylaw, the other comes under the Planning Act, and we cannot prohibit somebody developing their property if it abides by the zoning based on a tree. So I don't want people having a misconception, because the first couple of trees that start coming down, they're going to say, but I thought you said they were protected. They're different entities.
Director,
okay, I'll just leave that.
Director Charles, I believe I see your name on the screen. Can you provide the councillor and those watching the difference between trees that are in the footprint of the home to be developed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the councillor. The intent is that where additional units are being added within an existing structure, the tree bylaw still applies, and we would still be ensuring that we're meeting the letter of the law with respect to that. As Brad was mentioning, where there's a tear down, rebuild type of situation, then there's other factors that need to be incorporated as part of that. And where we are less than 10 units, unless we're in specific areas, we don't have site plan which applies. So then we have to go through that process. So I think what we'll be able to do is provide greater clarity around that particular issue when the matter comes back before council.
Thank you. Especially when it comes to accessory units where it's not part of the existing built form, but you're going to have a separate unit on the property. So that may come into play as well. The other question I have is in regards to heritage. Big concern I've had from the get-go with this is the fact, what trumps what? In other words, yes, we have a heritage bylaw, but does the planning trump the heritage? And I guess the reason I'm asking that, having seen various committee of adjustment applications going through, there seems to be a difference of opinion regarding what has more, what shall I say, weight at the committee of adjustment. Is it planning or is it heritage? And I guess the other reason I have concerns is now we no longer have the Conservation Review Board, and now it goes directly to the OLT. So that's being circumvented. So more and more I see the heritage being at risk. Is any consideration given to that? Or I can leave it with you so you can answer it at another time.
That through you, acting mayor, there is a section in the staff report on page 15 which speaks to heritage conservation districts, which provides some clarity on that. But yes, we can take that back and provide more detailed information in regard to the protection of heritage matters.
Okay. And the other thing, especially for clarity for the delegations that are going to be coming forward, can maybe Commissioner Sully or the acting CAO, I don't know if the CAO is back as yet, provide some clarity as to what the dollar figure was at the onset of this process, 36 million, I recall. And then there was another dollar figure, which would be the first installment. From reading the CAO's update, I see that it's now dropped to 25 million and possibly only a 1.28 million first installment. So can I get some clarity regarding that?
Commissioner Sully has joined us.
Through you, acting mayor, originally it was 4 installments, but the agreement that we got from the federal government shows the first installment at 5% and then the remainder paid over the 3 remaining installments.
Okay, but the dollar figure has in fact dropped by 11 million. Used to be 36 was entertained or we were applying for. And now we've got an indication or a confirmation it's going to be 25, not 36. And that first installment will be radically different, i.e. 1.28.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duddick. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, acting mayor Giddings, glad to see you in the chair. Councillor Duddick, thanks for asking and getting clarification on how the Housing Accelerator Fund shrunk tremendously from 36 to 25. But my question, I'll try to be fast, is Brad, maybe you can help me out here. If the official plan allows 4 units as of right for single family dwellings throughout all of Oakville, and the zoning regulations are not changed, is there anything in the Planning Act that would prevent applicants from asking for adjustments to the zoning by going to the Committee of Adjustment? Like, is there a fail-safe method here where they can't change it? I'm not aware of it, and I'd really like to know this new information.
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor. So within the zoning bylaw today, we permit 3 dwelling units on a property for detached, semi-detached, or townhouse dwellings. And the official plan right now actually only speaks to second units. It doesn't speak to additional dwelling units as per the updated provincial legislation. So one of the changes that we're making to the official plan only speaks to allowing for additional dwelling units subject to regulations in the zoning bylaw. And so it really defers a lot of that over to the zoning bylaw to regulate the number of units permitted. And so right now under Ontario legislation, we're required to allow for 3. and in those different housing forms. And what the change in the zoning bylaw is doing is just adding one additional unit permitted for detached dwellings only, up to 4. And so that would be to address the council motion from January.
So, okay, I think maybe you misunderstood, or I wasn't clear what I really wanted to know. If in fact zoning doesn't change, but it's with 4 units, are they allowed to even request any changes to setbacks? All the different things in the zoning bylaw, and I don't want to list them all off to you, you know them. That mean they cannot even ask for anything? Or can they go to the Committee of Adjustment, which has no councillors on the committee?
So typically with the, through you, acting mayor, to the councillor. So the Committee of Adjustment is available to anyone that's applying to rebuild a home. So if they wanted to apply to change a zoning standard beyond what's currently permitted, they have that tool available to them to do so. For say a building regulation like a front yard setback or height variance or something like that. Typically though, in the town, we don't entertain use variances. So if you're adding another unit beyond what's permitted, that's something that we typically would not entertain as a minor variance.
But they could ask for something to change a setback, a height, anything. There's nothing prevented in the Planning Act, correct?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, no, that is, there's nothing that we can do to prevent them from asking for a change through the Committee Adjustment process. Yeah.
I appreciate the clarification. I've got a lot of questions, but I really want to hear from the delegation, so I'll restrict them to that at this point. Thanks very much.
Very much appreciated, Councillor Elgar. Councillor Nanda.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you, Brad, for the presentation. In addition to what just Councillor Elgar was asking, I wanted to be more specific about, I saw in one part you said we cannot change the figuration of the home, but would it stop someone for wanting to build a 4-plex if they stay within the setbacks or within the zoning that is permitted? If they were able to rebuild a 4-plex that looks similar to their current home in North Oakville, would there be anything to stop them from actually doing that?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, if there was someone who came in to rebuild a house, so they were tear down and rebuild, they could in theory put 4 units in that house, so long as the setbacks, the height, the side yards, the lot coverage, all the standards that regulate development for detached dwellings are met.
Okay, so right now that couldn't be stopped either. So it said, this one said, the 4th one said only detached homes, but for under Bill 23, you're allowed to do it in semi-detached and townhomes. But knowing that there's parking regulations, how would that actually even work? If you added 2 extra dwellings in a townhouse, how would parking work in that kind of situation?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, it might not work. And so these regulations are in place, and that they're what we use to evaluate what could actually happen. And so if someone were to try to, put in 3 units in a townhouse, for example, and they couldn't supply the required amount of parking for each of those units, then it's likely that they would have to request for a variance to the bylaw, because they wouldn't be meeting the intent of the bylaw, they wouldn't be meeting the standard. And then there would be an evaluation process and determine if that's appropriate for that to continue to move forward. Typically with reduced parking standards, they're quite difficult to get approved. But there's a lot of contextual things that may have to be considered as part of any individual application.
Okay, and then my last question is, because I know my council colleagues have questions. Why do the additional units, why would they not count towards the density? Like if we have to build 1.5 million homes or whatever, we have so many homes, why would these additional units not count towards the density?
through you, acting mayor, to the councillor. That is a current town policy that we don't contribute additional dwelling units towards the density calculation on an individual site. I don't think that if we allowed even 3 units on some of these sites, that they would meet the low density residential designated low, if we were applying that density on a site specific basis. So in order to ensure that, we're still enabling additional dwelling units, which is the objective, is to allow for some of this to happen. It relieves that requirement in the official plan. And in the zoning, and that's an official plan policy. And in the zoning bylaw, there actually isn't a we don't calculate density in the zoning bylaw. It's actually informed by the official plan policies. So if there's no zoning application, then we can't use the official plan to guide it. It's just a building permit.
I think what my concern is, we're adding additional people, but then we're not counting those units. But if we start adding additional people, that becomes a concern with just general in terms of density in the area and community infrastructure and all different kinds of infrastructure that are needed to support the community. So you could be adding in each unit 2 additional people, but now we're not counting it towards density. So I'm not sure.
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor. So we're not controlling density in the aspect of, whether we can add additional units. But when we do the overall census information and we're collecting data on the number of people that live in these communities, those things all inform our decision-making towards other community infrastructure related things. So, schools and that sort of thing in the areas, obviously they care very much about the population increases in these areas. And so when that census data comes in, that's what's used to kind of inform some of those more community infrastructure related things, rather than, whether you're allowing an individual, property to have an additional dwelling unit. It's very similar to, how a detached dwelling could have an empty nester in it. It's a large house with just one person, or a large house right now could also have multi-generational family living in it, which has, several people. And that's not really the density of the house, it's just how many people live in it. So that's why we give the leeway in the official plan.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's just about 7:30. We are up to many more delegations that would like to speak to us this evening. So with that in mind, Councillor Knoll, you're up.
No pressure at all. Thank you, your acting worship. A couple quick questions, and I hope that maybe some of these will maybe aid in the delegations tonight, because I know that particularly around the Sheridan College area, Councillor Grant and I have received probably exponentially more emails than many of you have because of the nature of that piece. So here's a couple of questions. I'm hoping that they're going to help answer some questions that come up later tonight. The 800 meters, I know you've now defined that as, I think you've defined this in 26.5 of the Sheridan bylaw as the Sheridan College housing area. Is that correct? That's correct?
Correct.
How is the 800 meters determined? Like, what's the centroid point? So where is that measured from? Because I noticed that White Oaks is the limit on the east, yet 6 Line, which is considerably farther from Sheridan College's front gates, is on the west. So how is that actually ascertained? How is 800 meters measured?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor. So we did an exercise where, and it was just a town staff led exercise, where we placed the 800 meter marker on the address point in the center of Sheridan College and drew a circle around to see how big that would be. And then we also went from the property line of Sheridan College and used 800 meters to see how big that would be. And then within that buffer distance of the 2 circles, we used some of the prominent features within the community to help delineate where that boundary would go. So for example, on the north side, we used Upper Middle Road because, if the 800 meter boundary from the Sheridan College property line well exceeded what far further north of Upper Middle than it would have otherwise. And so we use some of the more prominent roads to try to contain some of the areas of change to contiguous communities rather than just having one-off streets added in here and there. And so, for example, that's the primary feature to the north. The primary feature used to the east was the valley lands, the river, the creek that runs down there, and the associated hazard features. To the south, we use Sewell Drive because that was more of a continuous road that ran along there, and that was around the boundary of the 800 meters. And then on the west, we use 6 Line, and the property is on both sides. So what we did try to do as well is that when we were including a street in the boundary, we tried to include both sides of the street. So if areas of change were happening on both sides of the street, we would eventually start to create more of a cohesive streetscape on both sides rather than just having one side subject to all this change and then the other side staying as is. So it would kind of evolve as a comprehensive streetscape.
So in short, it's 800-ish meters, depending on the direction you're going. Okay. Has there been any guidance given from the minister in terms of what they determine 800 meters? So has this been floated by anybody at housing and subject to potentially their objection? Like, how does that work?
So through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, we did provide these draft amendments to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, who are the assessors of our application, to ensure that what we were doing was achieving the intent of their ask. They did say to us that we were in alignment with what they were thinking, and really the goal is to enable additional housing opportunities. So we have kept them in the loop, but they didn't provide us any direct direction.
Can you address the issue of, so in our ward, in Ward 5 and to a certain extent Ward 6, we have quite the proliferation of illegal, quasi-legal, and perhaps even a few legal rooming houses in our midst. And I know that this has really touched a nerve with the folks that are already coping with that. Can you maybe just take a second to describe the difference between a dwelling unit and a rooming house to assure people, or to maybe further concern them, depending on the perspective, as to what the impact is going to be on that particular issue? Is this, so in short, is this going to lead to more rooming houses? What's the distinction between a rooming house and a dwelling unit?
So through the acting mayor to councillor. So a rooming house is essentially where you rent individual rooms and they share that house, but unrelated individuals. So you can rent individual rooms separately from one another. And a rooming house is only one is permitted per property under the zoning bylaw. So in essence, and they need a special, I believe, a license for that as well. And so if there was a separate additional dwelling unit, that could not be used as a rooming house. So it wouldn't be able, the rooms in that additional dwelling unit wouldn't be able to be rented out individually. But rather they're supposed to be, one housekeeping unit living together, and they have their their private housekeeping unit for kitchen and bathroom facilities that aren't shared. They're just their own.
So just to draw a fine point on that, dwelling unit has its own separate entrance, secondary exit, washroom facilities, and cooking facilities. So that has to be maintained within the envelope of that dwelling unit.
Right.
Okay, so that's a big distinction between, that's not just a legal distinction, but it's a physical distinction between a rooming house and a dwelling unit. Thank you for that. Switching for a second to the general policies around both of these issues. Parking, you said that we have the ability to be able to ask for one parking space per unit under the Planning Act. Is that accurate?
So through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, we currently are, for any additional dwelling unit, this is only up to 3.
Yeah.
So under the provincial legislation, so for each additional dwelling unit, we're only allowed to ask for 1 parking space per unit. So for example, in a house with 3 dwelling units, our current parking rate for the primary dwelling unit is 2. And then for each additional dwelling unit, it would be 1. So if you had a house with 3 units in it, you would have to provide 4 off-street parking spaces.
And that was, you just answered, I think, the second part of the question. The parking has to be supplied within the envelope of the property. Is that correct?
Within Within the area south of Dundas Street, yes. Within the area north of Dundas Street, there's a bit of a different regulatory framework up there because there was the concept of having permit parking on street.
Right.
So the base regulations are a little bit different. But yes, in the area south of Dundas, you have to provide your parking off street.
Well, that's probably needs a little bit more exploration. I won't go there because I'm not that counselor, used to be. In terms of the take-up of the Bill 23 additional as of right that has been put in place, I think it was November of 22. How many actual applications have we had to take advantage of that new legislation?
So through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, my understanding is that we haven't received any building permits to allow for 3 units on a site.
Any consultations or inquiries that you're aware of?
Not me personally, but perhaps Director Gabe Charles could add some additional verbiage.
Through the chair, thanks, Brad. Councillor, no, we haven't had any inquiries to my knowledge on any properties looking to do 3 units on a property. We've had 200 and some odd over the last couple of years that have added a basement apartment or an accessory suite, but that's been it over the last couple of years.
Okay. And last question, and then I'll relinquish to my colleague that's next. The take-up of Bill 23 additional units in other jurisdictions. Have we done an environment scan to see how other jurisdictions have fared with this? Because I know that City of Toronto, for example, I think has had some experience with this. Do we have any sense of how other municipalities have dealt with this? Or I shouldn't say dealt with it. What the uptake has been in other municipalities where Bill 23 was applied. So I guess it applies across the province. So do you have any analysis scan of that?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, we could likely pull some of that together, but we would have to do some research. There's nothing right now that I could pull numbers from.
It would be very good to do that, I think, and maybe add that to the issues list today, is to do an environment scan on the impacts of 23, which I think would be a good precursor to understanding what the impacts of this could be. And I said it was the last question, but I promise this is really the last question. Where did the Sheridan College zone come from? I had a constituent contact me today because I've just been repeating what I've heard up to date, that this is one of the requirements under the HAF program, but this constituent apparently researched every document there was online and elsewhere to see where that piece came from. I pulled out my copy of the October 25th, 2023 letter, which says, I request that you can, from the minister, I request that you consider, in order to strengthen Oakville's application, these include, and it lists 4 things, including the Sheridan College thing. Is that an actual requirement of being approved for this program or receiving the funding, or is that simply nice to have?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor. At first, it was the discussion point of what those requests actually meant. And as we move forward with revising our application and in continued conversation with CMHC, it turned to be more of a requirement to include so that our application could get approved.
And so where is that information coming from? Is that documented? Is it just through conversation with ministry officials?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, the documentation that I have is through those letters, the correspondence letters between Minister Fraser and the mayor. There was 2 letters from Minister Fraser. I believe the first one identified increased intensification opportunities around Sheridan College. And then there was a follow-up letter that had a bit more context as to what that meant. And that's where the 800 meters came from.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate it. Over to the next councillor, Acting Mayor Dave.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Director Charles, are you still there? There we are. We're currently, the clerk and I have figured out, we're about 4 hours of delegations. This is a public meeting. So if there are additional questions that come up from my council colleagues, could they get them to you in the next day or two to be added to the issues list so we don't lose them this evening?
Happily, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the suggestion.
Great, thank you very much. With that in mind, Councillor Grant.
Thank you. My ward mates seem to capture most of my questions, especially about the boundary, but there is one point, because I do want to get to the delegations, one point that I'm still not certain I've gotten a proper answer on, and that is, you'd mentioned with the 4 dwelling units per property that you had to add an extra unit. But in that example you gave of the 10 units for the Sheridan College housing area, what would the parking situation be for that? Would that then be under the same parking standards that we'd expect for most new developments?
So through you, acting mayor, to the councillor. So in the Sheridan College housing area, there's really 2 things applying, right? So we have the 4 units for detached dwellings, so that's one thing, and that would apply in this area also. So the parking in relation to, 4 units in a house would be the same as anywhere else throughout the town for a detached dwelling. Where more of a, I guess, substantive redevelopment type application would happen, so an infill townhouse development, for example, where enough lots can be consolidated to create the, the necessary lot frontage and the lot area required to host that kind of development, all the parking standards for townhouses would apply. So we're using our base zoning regulations for all future redevelopment for medium density uses.
And that is 0.75?
I would have to go through the zoning bylaw, but we're using just the existing parking regulations that we have in our zoning bylaw today that would apply to new housing. So whatever the parking standard is for a townhouse per unit, that would be what is required for our redevelopment.
And anybody who couldn't get a spot would then have to park on the street. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Again, I won't belabor this much further.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Sutton, can you just clarify though, because you had said that the dwellings don't count towards our housing commitment of 33,000 units, but I was under the impression that there is an element of gentle density or infill intensification that we have included in our 33,000 homes that we have to build in 10 years. Did I mishear you, or is there an element of this exact thing we're talking about that we've included in our housing number?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, I don't believe I said that it wouldn't contribute to the overall housing target of 33,000. It does contribute to that, and I believe that there is some estimation of the number of accessory dwelling units that were or additional dwelling units that we're anticipating and counting towards that number.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear with that. Sorry. I'm wondering if staff wouldn't mind. We had a lot of questions about infrastructure, and a lot of people say we don't have the water or wastewater to do this. We don't have this infrastructure. I've had conversations with our regional commissioner, but I'm wondering if when we come back, if staff can talk about, again, with no units at 3, the infrastructure is kind of a moot point, but I think residents have a feeling that they're not going to be able to get water out of their taps if there's 4 units on a property. Can we maybe loop in with the region just to see what our infrastructure capacity is on that front? That would be great. Also, I'm wondering, we've heard from the federal government that they're going to start looking at federal lands to possibly build housing if they don't see that they're getting sort of the uptake. And we know that the provincial government, as well in their housing task force, has said they're going to make 4 units. Sorry, the housing task force recommended 4 units as of right anyway, and the province has already said that they're committed to implementing all of those recommendations. So can we please just hear back on what the province's take on doing all of this anyway, and whether we want it or not? It'd be interesting to know. And also any possible provincial lands that the provincial government might decide to start building houses or affordable housing on in Oakville here that we might see, whether it's the Glenorchy Conservation Area, whether it's the Bronte Provincial Park, these sorts of areas. I think it's good to know sort of what might be on the table if we're not able to, or the province isn't able to tackle its housing issue here. And just to clarify as well, I don't think I ever heard that we were going to get $36 million. It was always a number based on how many units over and above the 33,000 that we were willing to put on the table. I know a lot of our somewhat like-sized municipalities, Burlington, Durham, these ones, they all got around 20 to 25. So can we just, it sounds like we've lost money that we never really had, but can we just be clear in how money is allocated through this program based on what requirements? And I mean, Councillor Knoll said, how did Sheridan get in here too? I mean, all of these things sort of factor into an amount of money, I would imagine, based on what we're sort of willing to kind of do. So I think that clarity would be great as well. And I'll leave it for there for now. Thank you very much, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll add that to the issues list. Councillor Haslett-Thiel, you have a quick question.
I will try to be brief. I just wanted to get clarity from the clerk. There were a fair number of submissions that arrived to councillors but didn't copy the town clerk. Are we to forward those so they are on the record for those that have taken their valuable time to send us their comment, or are they being pulled by the town clerk in some other way?
Conferring with the town clerk.
Through the acting mayor, yes, please forward them to townclerk@oakville.ca.
Okay,
and we'll make sure
thank
that
you.
those get into the council information package, and they'll also be sent to planning.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few questions. All the councillors have done a great job with most of what I have. My understanding is that in some jurisdictions, they have chosen to use a phrase of appropriate locations rather than for as of right town-wide. Can you just confirm that that is in fact occurring in some other jurisdictions? They're not, the minister hasn't required for as of right town-wide, but rather has accepted other phrasings that allow contextually determining where it may work.
Through you, Acting Mayor, to the councillor, I know other municipalities have done some work on contextualizing where some of these changes would happen. Where there's, in proximity to transit, for example, they may allow for some of this to happen. Whereas, communities that do not have access to transit and are not as walkable, they're more car dependent, they may not have these additional permissions. So it is something that we can look at, although the direction from in the council motion, as well as the federal minister in our instance did say town-wide as of right, and so that's what this was looking at. We did scope it down to detached dwellings only. We didn't include other housing forms like semi-detached and townhouse dwellings, like the provincial legislation requires. We only included detached dwellings, given that we thought, a detached dwelling is typically larger in size. They'd be able to accommodate perhaps a fourth dwelling unit, whereas, a townhouse dwelling, which is already not as large, could likely not fit for units and 4 parking spaces associated with a single townhouse. So the likelihood of those even happening there was very slim.
Okay. So I would like to know when you come back, the timing of when they were advised by the minister or CMHC of their approvals and the language in that specifically, because it sounds like we missed the boat in terms of contextualizing rather than forcing an as of right, if that's in fact where we land. My other question, and it follows from Councillor Knoll, and perhaps I haven't had to deal with rooming houses very much. Airbnb. I've got 4 units within a house, or 3 and a detached. Can I operate an Airbnb?
Through you, Acting Mayor, to the councillor, within the zoning regulations, I understand that you're allowed to have 1 short-term accommodation per property. So essentially 1 of the 4 units or 1 of the 3 units, which is currently permitted today, could be operated as a short-term accommodation, but not all 3 or not all 4, or
Okay.
not even more than 1.
And just for clarity on the rooming houses, so how many people in each unit would be anticipated? Because I wasn't following the explanation to Councillor Knoll. Are we saying that there's only 1 in each unit, even though it's a self-contained, I'll call it apartment? Or can it be 2? Can it be 3? Can it be 4?
So through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to the councillor, my understanding is that a rooming house can have up to 3 individual bedrooms essentially rented out separately. I'd have to double check on that just to confirm specifically. But my understanding is that a rooming house can have up to 3 bedrooms, so 3 persons renting out individual rooms, so 3-bedroom unit essentially.
So if this were to pass, can I then, can an individual have, they have 4 units, all decked out with kitchens and bathrooms, etc. How many people are they allowed in that unit?
So a rooming, you're only allowed to have 1 rooming house per lot, similar to a short-term accommodation. So the other units would have to be a single housekeeping unit. So you could have multiple bedrooms in it, but the intent is not that those bedrooms are individually rented. It's just that you could have a 2-bedroom apartment and maybe you have yourself and a child's bedroom with you, but you're a single housekeeping unit. It's not meant to be individually rented as rooms.
Okay, maybe I'm slow tonight, but so I've got a unit. I'm only allowed to rent one of them. Is that what you're saying?
No. So through the acting mayor to the councillor, the individual units could all be rented individually. However, you can't rent the individual rooms. You can rent the unit as a whole. So
Right.
So a rooming house is, they're all, they have individual rooms are rented, they're rented out to unrelated persons and they share kitchen and bathroom facilities. Whereas an accessory dwelling unit is intended to be for a single housekeeping unit where people are operating as a single housekeeping unit.
So let me ask my question more precisely. How many people could be within the unit?
Well, it would depend on how many bedrooms there are.
Well, if it manages to have just 1, is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3?
Through you, acting mayor, to the councillor, I wouldn't be able to assess how many people would be living in an individual accessory dwelling unit. I mean, there could be a couple, a young professional couple living together. There could be a single person living there. There could be a range of different families that I would not be able to predict.
It's just, it is a factor that we're reading in some of the correspondence. How many people will now live next door to me? How many people will that cause for us to accommodate within our structure? So if there is any further information that would be helpful. And I'll leave my questions there. I'm anxious to hear from the delegates. Thank you.
Director Charles, I saw your screen come on. Did you want to add something to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to corroborate where Brad was going with it. It is difficult for us to assess the number of people within a unit. Sometimes we have to look backwards by way of the census to understand, based on the unit type, what is the typical persons per unit that get generated out of that. What we would look to through these types of exercises is the work that we've done with the region to understand persons per unit based on unit type and get an idea from that how many could potentially be generated within a unit. But further to the councillor's point, we can provide a little bit more clarity around that when we bring this back to council.
Thank you for that. And that is assuming that the homeowner, the landowner, is playing by the rules and following them, if I can put it that way. Great, thank you very much. All right, seeing no other questions, Madam Clerk, are you all set to start bringing people in?
Yes, Acting Mayor.
In this order? Okay, just waiting for them to start. Do we know whether it's by phone or?
So the list in front of you, those are people who have presentations and they are registered in the Zoom call. So first is Dennis Gasparato with a presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Gasparato. You have 10 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We certainly can. Mr. Gasparato?
Yes, hi. Do you have my presentation up? Thank you very much.
There we are.
First,
Thank
I
you.
want to first, I want to thank the town council for providing this public session to hear from residents of the affected communities. As you will see through this presentation, we have many concerns and some questions to ask and some comments to make. There's a few things that come to mind. We understand that Bill 39 provides for strong mayoral powers, but we hope through this, no, actually we expect through this process that it will be democratic and that it would be followed so that the residents who would be affected by this have a say in the direction the town takes. I received the special policy area rezoning for Sheridan housing area on February the 14th. And I didn't read it just once, twice, but 4 times. I wasn't sure what country I was living in. Honestly, I thought I was maybe in a Eastern Bloc country. It was written as if it was a done deal. It is not a done deal, as I heard tonight. And by now, you would have received numerous letters from the residents. Next chart, please. So College Park is within the 800-meter radius, centered on Sheridan College, bounded by Trafalgar, Upper Middle Road, McCraney Valley Trail, and Martindale Road. It is for primarily detached homes and family-oriented. And many of the residents living in this community have been here for decades. We pay our taxes, we're law-abiding, and it's a safe community. We love living here. Some of the homes are rented. Some have basement apartments. Others rent rooms or portions of their homes. Some aren't even, some of the owners aren't even there in the home and not present, which is a problem. Parking is not permitted on our street during weekday hours of 9 to 5. And after that, it's not permitted more than 3-hour limit at any other times. Traffic is not currently an issue, but as Upper Middle Road traffic increases, so does the traffic in and out of College Park. We are a close-knit community. We know each other and we care for one another. And I can tell you personally, my neighbors were there to support my family during a tragic period of our lives, in which we are grateful for and will never forget. And this is just one example of how we come together to help each other. Next chart, please. And thank you. We recognize there's a housing crisis and, there's a need for international students. But as you'll see later on, I'm going to talk a little bit about potentially looking at alternatives here. We already have several homes in the College Park area that are rented, basement apartments and, various rooms and things. We do have some short-term housing in the area for Airbnb. And you made some comments with regards to parking, but I can tell you in reality what happens. When you have 3 or 4 rooms rented, there are 6 or 7 cars for where there ought to be 3 or 4. So we have cars parking in front of neighbors' driveways, on the boulevard lawns, on the neighbors' boulevard lawns. And parking enforcement has been called out many times with no resolution. So we are not in favor of the special policy area to include these large MDUs and 4-story buildings in particular. Essentially, removing detached homes to construct these facilities will drastically alter the living environment we've worked hard to build in our neighborhood. Privacy, if I can just ask council to think about this, you're in your yard you've built over many years. You may have family members over, you may have children, and you're there now looking up at a brick wall on all sides. And there are people looking down at you because they're high up and they're looking at you in your yard. There will be no privacy. Safety will be a concern. Parking and critical traffic flow, as we talked about a little bit earlier, is going to be a problem. What about emergency response? Noise and parties. If students are going to be there, hell, there's going to be parties, there's going to be drugs. What about lighting at nighttime? Shining into your windows so you're trying to get some sleep or rest. What about the property valuation? I know it's something of a taboo. We've worked hard to acquire these buildings. We put a lot of our sweat, blood, and tears into these homes. They're more than homes, just to see them degrade in terms of value, and they will. And then, of course, there's environmental concerns, canopy removal. You cannot put in a number of townhomes or four-story buildings without removing these beautiful trees which reside close to our properties. They're an environmental necessity. And then what about drainage, power, water, all these kinds of things? Will we have floods? We don't know. The construction man for years. Will we be able to get around? Will we be able to live? I don't think this is contributing to a livable Oakville. I really don't. Next chart, please. So we're asking the town a couple of things here. We're asking that this proposal, as currently written, be removed, and the four-story and large MDU building structures not be permitted in College Park residential areas where detached homes currently exist. But we're also asking the town, if this housing problem that we have is such an issue, surely to goodness, there are lands close by, perhaps on Sheridan property or around Sheridan, maybe city owned, maybe government owned, that could be used to develop housing that would appease the community in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very enough. Thank you for joining us with your comments. Next up, we have Linda Funk, and following Linda, we have Mike Marcolongo from Environmental Defense. So if you could get in the queue, we can go from there. Has she joined us? Excellent.
Okay. Hello?
Hi there.
Hi.
Is that Ms. Funk?
This is Linda Funk.
Welcome.
Mr.
You've
Chairman,
got 10 minutes if you need it.
thank you. I won't take that much time. Mr. Chairman and councilors, thank you tonight for your time. I have submitted a letter and a copy of the interim environmental impact study for 1493 6 line, which implies the majority of the property should be switched back to residential. I would like this property to be considered in the Sheridan College rezoning, since the removal of NHS is imminent. Do you have any questions? It's a 2-acre piece of property.
All right, thank you. I'm not aware of that correspondence. Did that come to our planning staff or to members of council?
You, Mr. Chair, yes, we do have some correspondence from Ms. Funk, as well as representatives of 1493 6 line.
I had submitted the letter and the interim environmental impact study, which is almost completed, but the company has stated that NHS should be lifted off of the majority of the property.
All right, staff have your correspondence, and Director Charles, if you could share that with the ward councillors when it's due, we could close the loop on that and get back with Ms. Funk and see what other questions or where the process is going.
We can do that, Mr. Chair.
All right, does that answer your questions, Linda?
Yes, it was more that I wanted you to be aware that there's a piece of property that would really like to see put to use to solve this housing crisis around Sheridan College. We didn't want to miss it.
All right, for clarity, are you the owner of that property or?
I'm the executor. My mom passed away 2 years ago. I'm the executor of the estate.
All right.
So the last year we have gone through with the environmental impact study. So we're days away from it being completed.
If you could share those details with staff and your ward councillors, you wanted us to be aware of it. All of council is now aware of it, I assure you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Well, we appreciate yours. Thanks so much.
Okay, take care.
We have Mike Marcolongo from Environmental Defense, if he could join us, and Dan Pastoric. You're on deck.
Hi, good evening. Sorry about the technical difficulty here. Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Thank you very much. You have up to 10 minutes if you need it.
Great. I won't need the full 10 minutes. So I am, good afternoon, councillors and acting mayor. I am Mike Marcolongo, Associate Programs Director with Environmental Defense. My colleague Phil Pothin was originally scheduled to speak during this deputation, but owing to a scheduling conflict, he's asked me to depute on his behalf. So Environmental Defense is strongly in support of draft amendments to the Oakville Plan, the North Oakville East Secondary Plan, the Town of Oakville Zoning Bylaw 2014-14, which would, among other things, remove the prohibition on adding as many as 3 additional dwelling units, including a detached laneway or garden suite, to an existing detached house in Oakville. However, we strongly feel the existing proposal does not go far enough. We're urging Oakville to adopt these changes together with multiplex specific build form and parking provisions in all RL zones, including complete exemption from minimum parking requirements, that's table 5.22 in the zoning bylaw, an increase in maximum height to at least 10 meters, an increase in maximum dwelling depth to at least 19 meters, and in order to ensure this provision actually adds significant numbers of family-sized homes to Oakville existing residential streets. In our view, Oakville's objective should be to actually deliver 3 additional family-sized units, or roughly 1,000 square feet, each on a large share of its residential lots within the next 30 years. That will plainly not happen with a bylaw like this one, that only development that resembles a detached house. As you know, the federal government is making the legalization of fourplexes a condition of Oakville receiving federal housing accelerated funding, because shifting construction to compact, lower cost infill housing within existing neighborhoods is an indispensable part of meeting Canada's housing need. Even if it wouldn't be catastrophic for the environment, the GTHA in particular doesn't have the construction capacity to deliver enough townhouses, detached homes, and semis fast enough to meet the need for housing over the next few years. Adding new apartments to what are now single detached residential streets in particular is vital to quickly meeting the needs of families looking for a low traffic environment to bring up their kids in. However, legalizing fourplexes and garden suites throughout Oakville's existing residential areas and neighborhoods is also an environmental necessity. First, by making room for families in Oakville's existing residential neighborhoods, this council can rescue a large swath of Halton's region's farmland and wildlife habitat that is currently under threat as a result of the provincially imposed settlement boundary expansions in Halton Hills and Milton. Put simply, each family that finds a home in a garden suite and each empty nest couple that can downsize to a fourplex apartment in their own familiar Oakville neighborhood is one less piece of Halton's region's prime farmland, wetlands, or endangered species habitat that we've lost to bulldozers. Adding 3 new units to existing Laura and its neighborhoods lots and ensuring that all of them can be built at modest family sizes of around 1,000 square feet is of particular importance because it allows demand by families with children for housing on low car traffic streets to be met without more sprawl and without more induced demand for motor traffic. Fourplex apartments and garden suites provide a different product that is necessary for effectively competing with environmental destructive sprawl development. Separately, Oakville's existing residential streets need lots of new homes and residents to retrofit them for a net zero greenhouse gas emission future. Delivering the emissions reductions Canada needs as quickly as possible will require communities like Oakville and regions like Halton to replace most of the trips we currently take by car with public transit and active transportation like walking and cycling. That simply won't be possible with the low population density in most low-rise Oakville neighborhoods. Oakville's residential streets need the extra residents that fourplexes and other planning firms can bring in order to support shops, restaurants, and public amenities within walking distance, and in order to make it cost-effective for Oakville to provide frequent, reliable, and direct public transit. Now, don't get me wrong, the current version of the fourplex bylaw is a step in the right direction and is worth passing. However, the truth is that the current language of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is not going to deliver significant change to all neighborhoods, let alone anything close to like the densities those neighborhoods will need in the long term. As the City of Toronto staff discovered in the review of a draft multiplex bylaw, maintaining restrictions on heights and depth will make it impractical, both fiscally and physically, to deliver 4 units on most residential streets and lots. And the existence of minimum parking requirements, which has already been eliminated in Toronto prior to the multiplex, makes the situation much more restrictive here in Oakville. That's why we're urging you, for the sake of Halton Region's farmland habitat, the climate, and the future livability of Oakville, by delivering more than the bare minimum required to get housing accelerator funds, and instead eliminating parking requirements and expanding height, depth, and rear yard permissions for projects that add 2 or 3 additional units to existing homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You've got a question from Councillor Elgar. Councillor?
Thank you. Through Acting Mayor Giddings, thank you for coming. I just wonder, are you aware of the fact that actually in Halton Region we have committed to 1.1 million housing people in Halton Region, and that we have been assigned numbers to what we will do to 2051, and we have met the 33,000 accelerated housing that we have targeted, that we have all agreed to. I'm just trying to understand, are you saying that we should do way more? Like, I was looking at the census, and from 2021 back to 2016, we have actually increased the number of people living in Oakville by 10.3%, and the provincial average is 5.8%, and the national average is only 5.2%. Meanwhile, our occupied dwellings, we've increased them 11% since 2016. Would you agree that maybe we're doing a lot in Oakville to address this supposed housing shortage?
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Elgar, I think a lot of communities are doing a lot in terms of responding to the current housing crisis. And, you know, I haven't worked directly with your municipality, so I wasn't aware of the numbers, and I appreciate you enlightening me. The reality is there's, in terms of the missing middle and reforms, you know, in terms of planning reforms for that to you know, instill and build a missing middle. I think what we're finding is municipalities are resistant to it, not because there isn't a willingness, but rather there's folks that have that detached, car-dependent housing will push back on you know, density provisions for their neighborhoods. So it's a tough battle. So, you know, we did hear your director of planning speak to the fact that no one has taken advantage of it as of right, as part of Bill 23. So it's gonna take a long time. There needs to be a cultural shift. And our position is that this proposed changes to the bylaw don't go far enough.
Okay, because I just thought it's interesting when you start looking at census data that we've already increased our population 10.3%. And in the same period that we've increased housing by 11%. Meanwhile, the provincial average is only 5.8%. So, okay, I appreciate what you're saying, but I just wanted to be made aware that we're punching above our weight right now in throughout Oakville and Halton region. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your insights.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Marcalago. Next up, we have Dan Pastoric, if we could let him in, followed by Dorothy Dunlop, and then Vonda and Richard.
Can everyone hear me?
We can see you and hear you fine. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Acting Mayor and Councillors. As stated, my name is Dan Pastoric. My wife and I have lived in Oakville for 41 years. We've been drawn to Oakville due to its charm, its safety, and its small town feel. We were one of the first families to purchase a home in College Park in 1985, which was developed and zoned solely as single-family homes. So why am I here tonight? Both of these motions impact my family, my friends in my neighborhood, and 290 families in College Park, and many more beyond our community. Next slide, please. On January 22nd, the council opined supporting the Housing Accelerator Fund application, and the town council has separated two separate motions before it. The first motion deals with permitting 4 units per property as of right, which I will touch on briefly. The second motion deals with permitting 4 story apartment buildings within 800 meters of Sheridan College. The second motion is where I will concentrate my focus. Next slide, please. The goal is clear. The town wants $36 million. As I've heard in this meeting, it may be only 25 now. When this topic came up, I wasn't familiar with the term as of right. My understanding now is that the town gives up both the town's rights and the residents' rights to question 4 units per property, but in return gets either 36 or $25 million. My wife and I believe that there are better solutions to solve this housing issue without giving up our rights, so we're not in favor of the first motion. Next slide, please. The second slide is devastating to the 290 families in College Park and the many other residents in the surrounding college, Sheridan College area. The town council, the town staff have reported that 4-story apartment buildings initiative isn't part of the $36 million. And this can be clearly shown outside of the calculation of Appendix F, that it was presented to residences. Next slide, please. This is unfortunately filled with lots of data, but the minister's letter has been referred to several times and is stated prominently in each motion as the basis or justification of moving each motion forward. In his letter, the minister says, "We require greater clarity on your action to increase the amount and density of housing for students within walking distance of Sheridan College." He goes on to say, "Many students are living in single-family homes that surround Sheridan College, which could be much better utilized as family homes." So for the record, the most recent correspondence from the minister says, single-family homes are better utilized for families. Next slide, please. The minister goes on to say a measure such as 4 stories and 4 units as of right within 800 meters may be acceptable. Alternatively, I would be open to seeing, the minister would be open to seeing your plans on how to accelerate the development of mid and high-rise rental apartments around Sheridan. So the minister's guidance to the town is that single-family homes are best utilized for families. So I'm wondering, how did this clear message turn into bulldozed down single-family homes and replace them with four-story apartments? Good community partners, such as the University of Toronto's campus in Mississauga, known as UTM, will build 400 new student units by the end of this year. UTM's leadership acknowledged that good community partners, they wish to build on their own lands. McMaster and Hamilton announced recently the largest student residence, Lincoln Alexander Hall, that will be completed by 2026 on McMaster property, said that they will have a combination of classrooms and 1,300 student units. So why? Tell me why. Town staff have recommended that the surrounding single-family residences be given the exclusive burden to solve Sheridan's student housing issue. Sheridan College has, as a community partner, should be addressing this issue on their vacant lands, as others have. The minister has clearly stated single-family homes are better utilized for families. In addition, town staff in Appendix F said four-story apartments aren't even part of the $36 million or $25 million. So what is the motivation behind this motion? This motion is baseless. Next slide, please. In a consultation process, at a minimum, has a survey which seeks input and shares information about a specific issue put forward. The town survey had two questions related to four-story apartment. The first said, is housing important for students? And the second question was, when we do this, what criteria should we consider? This survey fails any test of valid consultation process. Affected property owners were not shown any graphics for illustrative purposes, nor any related information regarding the impacts due to four-story apartment buildings, especially when these four-story apartment buildings can be literally meters from your front door. Is a public consultation process without information even valid? Next slide, please. This depicts a basic illustration of a single-family home versus a four-story student apartment. There is absolutely no positives for existing residences in this trade-off. Next slide, please. Translating complex concepts to a large group of diverse people is challenging. Best practices in public consultation suggest to deliver a simple message with visuals and ask affected property owners their opinions. On the left side of this slide shows what exists currently in College Park. On the right-hand side shows the probable future of four-story apartment buildings owned by absentee landlords and occupied by short-term students. Next slide, please. The future of College Park community is in your hand. The second motion goes against what the minister's written advice was and has no impact on the goal of the town to get $36 million. So on the record again, why is this motion even being put forward? Next slide, please. Oakville is a community that works towards solving its own problems. Sheridan College has land. It plans to build on every meter of land per its master plan. If just one of these buildings was used to house students, similar to UTM or McMaster, the housing problem will be dealt with, and the minister's written guidance to the town would be fulfilled. So let's help Sheridan build on its lands. They can build 800 or more student units on their lands. It was very disheartening to hear at the January 22nd meeting that Sheridan's housing strategy is to buy up surrounding homes by using third-party agents and fill them with students. Sheridan, being a good community partner, like UTM and McMaster, should own their own responsibilities. Next slide, please. So what's the consequence of eliminating the second motion, that special policy motion? First, the second motion is separate and distinct, and there's no impact to the first motion asking for the $36 million, or 25 as it may be now. Two, it fulfills the minister's guidance that single-family homes surrounding Sheridan are better utilized for homes for family. Three, we enable Sheridan College to address its student problem on its lands and doesn't burden the surrounding community. Fourth, the consultation process that we're doing tonight actually works, and the town listens to affected property owners. And finally, that the town council continues to be the champions of existing residences to ensure single-family homes or for families? Next slide, please. The best decision is to remove the slide altogether, sorry, the motion altogether. However, life is complicated, things are said, things are committed outside the normal process, and it's uncomfortable to make the tough call and the right call. Amending the motion by 7 words, 7 simple words, can save 290 families in College Park and many more around the surrounding area. By striking out the words within 800 meters of Sheridan College and replacing it with on Sheridan College's existing campus would deal with this issue. Alternatively, remove the motion altogether and provide the minister with options for mid and high-rise rental apartment building, as he requested. Next slide, please. Universities in Ontario are building student residences near major transportation corridors. These 2 illustrations are concepts only of rental apartments for students and many others on the Gears property and the GE properties, which are both currently vacant. In these cases, hundreds of units could be built and maybe obtain even more money for City Council. Next slide, please. So for my final comment, will echo the minister's final guidance to the town of Oakville: single-family homes or homes for families. Thank you. I'm open for questions. Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Pistoric. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to Dorothy. Oh, Councillor Elder, there's your hand.
Thank you. I just want to thank that presenter. He did a lot of work, and he is right. I just want to thank him. He did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Dorothy Dunlop, followed by Vanda Albuquerque and Louise Brownlee, if you get yourselves ready.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Councillors. I'm a 30-year resident of Oakville, and we raised 2 sons here. To clarify, I am not going to be talking about the separate issue of the Sheridan Park that was previously discussed. I would like to present a resounding yes to permitting 4 units in my backyard. For all those people who are resistant to the idea, let me explain why. Let's first look at why residents don't want them. Next slide, please. Number 1, the character of the neighborhood will change. Well, that's already happened. The small bungalows with beautiful old trees are being torn down. They're being replaced with modern mega homes that take up the whole lot and only leave a few trees around the perimeter. A 4-plex may only be the size of a medium-sized family home, smaller than the 6,000 square foot mega homes. As you can see from the next photos, 4-plexes can look and be as aesthetically pleasing as a single-family house. Next slide. And next slide. Residents are also worried that the 4 units will lower the value of their home. Again, no worries, since a condo or townhouse in Oakville can cost up to $3 million. The area will dictate the price, and we all know that Oakville is a brand name destination. Next slide, please. And again, another example, next slide, please, of a 4-plex. Now I'd like to present 5 reasons why we should welcome 4-plexes. Next slide, please. First, financial. We need to pass this motion to access the federal funds to build new housing. Oakville's decision to approve 4 units as of right will keep it eligible now for millions in federal funding for new housing. As of December 29, 2023, Oakville news article said the federal government is demanding Oakville Council change its official plan to allow 4-plexes on every property in town if it wants access to up to $50 million in housing grants. Our conscience should not allow us to pass up millions in federal funding. We are in a housing crisis. Next slide, please. Second, sprawl reduction, which offers benefits to all residents. By allowing an increase in housing density within Oakville's urban area, the pressure to build on farmland green space outside of Oakville will be reduced. Municipalities have been working hard at reducing their greenhouse gas emissions by holding the line on sprawl, creating complete, healthier communities, reducing car dependence, and protecting precious farmland. Urban sprawl is defined as the rapid expansion of the geographic extent of cities and towns, often characterized by low-density residential housing, single-use zoning. Sprawl makes life less affordable due to higher property taxes, increased transportation costs from longer commute times, and greater infrastructure costs, bringing sewers and water pipes to outlying areas. In a compact, efficient city, travel times are often minimal. Sprawled cities take longer to navigate, spending more time in traffic and long commutes associated with increased stress and many associated health issues. We have lots of space in our neighborhoods. Diversification will help prevent the paving over of forests and save farmland in outlying areas. Next slide, please. Third, gentle density supports local shops and restaurants and supports affordable public transit. Downtown Oakville businesses would greatly benefit from increased patronage. Next slide, please. Greater financial and housing flexibility. 4 units will increase the variety and number of houses in existing neighborhoods and help meet the needs of its changing demographics. The approval of 4 units will give Oakville a way to achieve sustainable urban development, although it will be important that the town regulate the usage to ensure that the units are not used as Airbnbs. For example, you love your neighborhood, but can't manage a big house. Many of us retirees would love to sell our houses, but we can't find suitable homes in Oakville to move into. A 4-plex gives you the option of staying in your home, or if you're on a fixed income and after years of being retired, it's difficult to meet the property taxes, or you're suddenly faced with huge medical expenses. A 4-plex gives you the option of selling or renting out the other units to meet your needs. Another real advantage to be explored is the community aspect. Older retirees may decide to join together to hire a full-time housekeeper or nurse rather than have to move into a retirement home. These units would have been wonderful during the pandemic when people were quarantined in nursing homes. Also, in winter and during bad weather, you have company in the building, so you're not isolated when housebound. Sharing a car instead of everyone having their own would be an additional benefit and reduce parking needs. Next slide, please. 5th, more personal flexibility and intergenerational living options. Finally, residents should be thrilled about 4-plexes. It has allowed for more personal flexibility and intergenerational living options. See if any of these scenarios fit your needs. Your parents may need additional support and come to live with you in one of your units. You want your kids to live closer, but they cannot afford Oakville. This is a perfect solution, and now they can have one of your units. Relatives or friends visiting for a longer stay? No problem, as there will be lots of room with facilities, so they don't feel that they're imposing on them. Are you a snowbird or cottager? Now you have people to maintain and keep an eye on the property for you. You love having the kids and grandkids visit, but they only stay for dinner and then drive home. If they had their own space when visiting, they'd probably stay longer and maybe even come for a holiday. You may find your kids are renovating their house or want to move in with you. Now both of you have your own space. Or if a divorce suddenly happens, they move back in, but would have their own space. A much better solution than living in your basement. I personally have faced some of the above scenarios and would have loved to have been living in a 4-plex at the time. So please support this motion and be part of the solution to our housing problem, and perhaps your own in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlop. You've attracted one question from Councillor McAneese.
Thank you. Through your acting mayor, thank you for the delegation. I think you brought an interesting perspective. You mentioned in your first slide having a few children. Did you base your decision sort of based on the next generation or thinking forward to how you could keep your kids nearby or how they could grow up in the neighborhood or stay in the neighborhood that they grew up in? Is that part of your thinking?
I've been looking for a smaller house, and it's very difficult to find smaller places for retirees to move to. It's a beautiful neighborhood. If people who are retired, they're looking at options. And so that's the current one that sort of brought the needs. There's so many different options that you could do if you had like a 4-plex. Like I said, you could do communal living down the road. I'm looking for down the road for retirees. Also, the fact that, they're in the past, my mother actually had lived in a triplex. Our family lived in the whole house initially. And as we moved out, she rented one part of the house and she rented the other part. And then she eventually moved into, when she was on her own, just the main floor of the house. And there was somebody in the house then to help, to be there in case she had problems, to, do the drive, do the sidewalk. So there's so many more options when you have a house that can be used for other functions, just as one family living in part of the house. So that's sort of the needs. And plus, like I said, there's so many, you hear of people where their kids are in their basement. Fortunately, my children have their own place, but I do have friends where their children were in the basement for a number of years when they were, even after university, when they first had jobs, because it's so expensive to rent. They can't find rent. And then, as you know, the condos are so expensive. So there's so many needs out there for the different types of housing, and we just don't have enough options.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your perspective. I can say that your options are valid. My grandparents had a fourplex when I was growing up, and all the scenarios you described actually happened. So thanks for that perspective again.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlop. Next up, we have Vonda and Richard, followed by Louise Brownlee and Lynn Wiggins and Amita.
Don't know how to do this.
I see you. Can I hear you?
This takes such a lot of preparation and process. Sorry. Good evening, and thank you for giving homeowners the opportunity to ask council members and the town planning for questions about the Sheridan College Housing Area Special Policy. I'm sure that all of the council members heard Matt Galloway this morning on CBC interview the Brampton Town Councillor about the housing crisis in that area. And if you heard some of the comments, it was both interesting and scary. Now, this evening, I just want to pose questions to the town council and the planning people. I didn't prepare a presentation that outlined all the reasons why I have concerns with this policy change, but I'm just going to throw out a few questions. And for starters, and I submitted these questions to the town, what rights do existing homeowners in the 800-meter zone have to evaluate whether a neighbor planning to change the existing format of their home in a 4-unit property is appropriate or not on their street? And this has to do with parking, setback, etc. As well, does the owner of the new 4-unit have to be living in one of the units for this bylaw to apply? What if they don't plan to live in the unit? As well, can a non-resident or a developer buy an existing home and convert it to a 4-unit without the consideration of existing homeowners on the street? Keeping in mind that a non-resident homeowner is not as concerned about the quality of life, safety, or social issues that may be compromised for existing homeowners on the street and in the neighborhood. Number 2. Climate change is affecting all aspects of life in the country. Consumers are being encouraged to purchase EVs over gas-powered cars to mitigate climate change. How will the 4-unit properties handle charging stations for more than one EV on the property? Is this a concern? Where specifically has the town identified that 4-story apartment buildings and 3-story townhomes will be built in the 800-meter zone. Of equal and paramount concern is the C1 zoning regulations and rights of homeowners in the 800-meter zone. How will the town planning department take into consideration the rights of homeowners in the identified special policy area, especially when it comes to applying C1 zoning permits, permitted versus prohibited use of land? Moving on to aesthetics of the new 4 by right units. Who determines what is appropriate for construction in the affected 800-meter zone? And when we were talking about the parking of cars for these 4 units, if a 4-unit property has existing space for 2 cars, where do the cars of the other 2 units park? Do they sit on the street 24 hours a day? And how many? What happens to a guest or visitor parking? Do the new 4 units have individual entrance or exit privileges, or do they enter and exit from a central main front door? What about fire codes, egress, alarms, entrances, exits, noise, safety and security issues? What about garbage disposal? Will there be green and blue boxes for each of the 4 units, plus 12 bags of garbage placed on the street every 2 weeks? How many residents will the 4 units be allowed to house? 16 or more? To allay concerns that these locations can be identified for homeowners in the to allay concerns, can these locations for the new homes be identified by the town in the next 3 to 6 months if this zoning bylaw goes into play? I think I might have asked this question originally, but I think that my final question to the panel, understanding that the federal government has committed funding to spearhead this bylaw change to gently densify the town of Oakville, how does gentle densification benefit existing homeowners? And with that, I will leave it to the panel to answer.
Thank you very much, Vonda. When you said that you didn't have a presentation, I was a little disappointed, having spent a career looking at a number of your presentations when you were my marketing and research partner.
Yes, because we cobbled these questions together really quickly. We didn't have enough time. So this is just one of those, put it together and send them off.
Great questions. It's not the forum this evening to answer all of those for you. Your ward councillors, Councillor Adams and Lischina, would be able to deal with those. Our website is a rich resource in terms of number of those questions that are there. And feel free to reach out to me. I think I've got a lot of those answers in emails that Councillor Janet and I have been sharing with our residents.
Good.
Any questions for Vonda? No. Thanks for joining us. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Next up, Madam Chair. Clerk. Just made you chair. We've got Louise Brownlee, followed by Lynn and Amita and Slavika on deck.
Okay, start video. Hi.
Welcome. We can see you and we can hear you.
Good evening, Acting Mayor Giddings and councilors. My name is Louise Brownlee. I have been an Oakville resident since 1991, and like Dorothy, I've raised 2 children here. I am here tonight to delegate in favor of fourplexes as of right. The main reason that I support fourplexes is that I've spent the past 4 years learning about the negative consequences of sprawl. Fourplexes will help to alleviate urban sprawl if people take them up. I was very interested to hear that nobody's taken up in Oakville the 3-plex option, so we'll see what happens. If eliminating exclusionary zoning will result in one less section of rural farmland or natural heritage bulldozed, I am in favor. We need to preserve nature for future generations. In 2020, I joined a local environmental group called GASP, Grandmothers Act to Save the Planet, but also grandmothers and others. We have grandfathers and we have gentlemen who aren't grandfathers. We are 160 members strong, grassroots, nonpartisan group of citizens who care deeply about the world our descendants will inherit. And the key motivation is love for the next generation. About a third of our group are from Oakville, and the vast majority are in favor of fourplexes. I only heard from one Oakville member who said she's concerned about whether in fourplexes people will maintain the look of the house. In 2020, during COVID, GAS members had plenty of time to attend educational webinars given by land use planners such as Kevin Eby and Victor Doyle. I would not be here tonight if I hadn't been educated on the impact of land use planning decisions. In 2021, GAS posted an anti-sprawl toolkit on our website to summarize this material. In the town's online survey on fourplexes, you listed 10 benefits delivered by creating more missing middle options. GAS fully supports each of the 10 advantages, such as improving housing affordability, options for intergenerational living, as Dorothy discussed, and promoting more walkable, transit-oriented neighborhoods. Of course, accessing the $25 million in federal housing grants is another key reason to approve fourplexes. GASP favors the creation of more compact homes rather than larger homes to save the environment. Larger homes require more heating, more infrastructure, and produce greater air pollution or carbon emissions per person. My key point tonight in supporting fourplexes is the fact that this decision will help to prevent sprawl. Some residents may not understand the meaning of sprawl, and I wouldn't have if I hadn't been a member of GAS. It refers to the expansion of poorly planned, low-density, car-dependent development spread out over large amounts of land, putting long distances between homes, stores, and work, and harmful impacts on the people living in these areas and the ecosystems that and the wildlife that have been displaced. In February 2021, GAS co-founders wrote a letter to all the mayors in the Golden Horseshoe urging them to stand up against the changes from the province, such as highways, which promote sprawl and low-density development, and lessen our existing intensification plans. Sprawl means the destruction of green spaces, which support ecosystems, as I mentioned, and also help to maintain air and water purification and flood protection. Ontario is experiencing higher temperatures, more flooding, and we can all agree that there wasn't much winter this year. From February 23 to January 24, the Earth endured 12 months of temperatures 1.5 degrees centigrade hotter than pre-industrial era for the first time on record, making it the hottest year in 100,000 years. The province is also losing some of our food security. Data from the 2021 Census of Agriculture shows Ontario is losing 319 acres of farmland daily, equal to the loss of one average family farm. And just last year, the Provincial Climate Change Impact Assessment A study paid for by the government released using the government's data showed that Ontario's food, homes, and health are at very high risk of harm within the next few decades. The report finds the impacts of climate change have the potential to affect built and natural systems through water shortages, forest fires, power outages, outbreaks of disease, and more. So I'm just looking at the big picture tonight, and I'm voting yes to fourplexes, which I know you'll be thinking about in April. It will show that Oakville cares about making good land use decisions to preserve Ontario's green space. If we approve fourplexes, there'll be less pressure on Oakville to build outside the urban boundary. And I just think our farmland is threatened and we need to preserve it. Just furthermore, looking at public schools in my area that my children attended have been closing. Brantwood is now closed and sold to developers. Lynbrook has become a private school. Allowing fourplexes in my area might welcome younger families and keep the remaining schools open. Fourplexes, as Dorothy mentioned, will also provide a boost to local businesses. And we often see businesses in downtown Oakville closing. I would like the town to ensure that fourplexes do not result in a major loss of canopy coverage, but it seems that the private tree bylaws will be maintained. And it's good to know that the setbacks won't be, or height restrictions won't be changed. But if they are changed, I would hope that they won't apply to single detached dwellings, just for fourplexes. Some residents may resist fourplexes because they don't like change, but the climate is changing. Our farmland is being reduced. The quality of the soil is changing, and our future food security will experience challenges. Demographics in Oakville are also changing, and we need to adapt, and approving fourplexes in Oakville is a great step ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. You've attracted a question from Councillor Elgar.
Thank you, through Acting Mayor Giddings. Louise, thanks for coming tonight. Louise, you are aware, though, that the province has told Halton Region they have to grow by 1.1 million people, and they have distributed the population to the 4 municipalities, and in fact, there's no additional farmland required. You did know that?
Yes, but I'm thinking about future generations too, and affordable housing, as Dorothy was mentioning, having fourplexes. I'm thinking about my grandchildren. It'll be great to have more housing options within Oakville.
But there's nothing saying anything. What the biggest spin I've ever heard is affordable housing. I'm not sure how you define affordable housing anymore, because I can't see anything where everything will be affordable.
That's true.
Okay. Anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much, Louise. Next up, we have Lynn Wiggins and Amita, followed by Slavika Golajanin and Eric Janier. So if you could prepare yourselves, and we'll be about a third of the way through our delegations. If anybody's watching this and doesn't feel like getting in the queue, you can always email townclerk@oakville.ca, and that will go to staff as well as all of the councillors. If you could include your name and address on there, it would be great.
I do want to see farmland.
Sorry, I think I can be heard now. Can you hear me?
Yes, who?
Brownlee now.
So
Hi,
we can't see you. Who do we have with us on the line?
I'm not going to put my camera on, but I'm going to ask a few questions. And a lot of our Oakville citizens have already raised a number of concerns.
Who you are.
Oh, my name is Amita Menezes.
Great, thank you.
A lot of the citizens have already raised a number of the concerns. So I'm going to be very specific as to what our direct concerns are. We live in the area that is across from Sheridan College, where they are actually planning the four-level homes to come up.
4 levels, not 4.
Yeah, it's not a fourplex, it's a 4-level home. And my boundary wall is adjoining the very same area that these 4-level homes are going to come up. So our concerns are, besides all of the problems of privacy, the increase in population, and parking and everything that everybody has mentioned, we don't really know what the plan is. What is the zoning? What part of the property has been zoned for this? What part of our green space has been taken over to accommodate for this? And what are future changes that are being approved? None of these have really been communicated very clearly, and we are kind of groping in the dark, trying to get proper graphics from the city, but have had no luck so far. So
It's the C1 zoning.
the C1 zoning, how much of that is?
They're trying to amend it.
How much of that is being amended, and what exactly does that mean?
Well, if I can try to help you here, 3 units as of right has already been put in place over a year ago by the provincial government. So 3 units as of right is in place now. And what's before us this evening is public feedback on the federal government's offer to see us go to 4 units as of right. If you saw the presentations from staff earlier, there were sketches and schematics showing of the different ways that that could look. In terms of the future, I wish I could see the future as well. We have to get through the 4 units as of right and see what occurs at either the provincial or the federal level in terms of their wishes. So I don't know whether I've given you the details that you need, but you can feel free to look at the website, the same graphics that were there shown this evening, you can see on the website, and you can rewatch this meeting and see the presentation put on by Brad from our planning department. Does that assist at all?
It does to some extent, but what Brad had mentioned was there was going to be, the lower level was going to be commercial and 3 levels above that.
This is the plaza at Marlborough Court.
Oh,
and we can't figure out, they have not let us know what is the dimensions, what are they changing? And where are they planning? Like they want to build new units. They're going to tear that plaza out as far as we can figure out.
all right. I'm not
We
aware.
can get no map of that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that proposal. I don't know whether they're tearing it down and wanting to rebuild housing. I'm not aware. That's not what we're discussing tonight, though.
Okay.
Have you seen any plans or a sign on the door saying a plan, change has been planned for your community?
Yes, absolutely. They'll be building right in our backyards. If they also applying for the housing, the RM 1 and to 4. So
all right.
we have no information at all.
if I could turn to the ward councillors, I'm sure they're aware of this,
Okay,
of this
thank
proposal.
you. Okay. So,
Councillor
there's Tom.
Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
I'll let the ward councillors answer, but I would have a request, acting mayor. There's been a lot of questions tonight, and I appreciate that we're not in a question and answer panel. But it is often eases people's minds if on the website we actually have a frequently asked question, and that they don't have to wait, upwards of 4 to 6 weeks to get answers in a recommendation report. And so I'm not sure if that can be taken under advisement by the director and Brad, but people seem to have gaps in their knowledge, and it would be helpful to all of us that they could have those questions and answers posted on the website.
May I say something?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. I expect to see one of our staffers pop up shortly. In the meantime, Councillor Adams.
What we would like. Hi, Tom.
Hi there.
It's Lynn across the street.
Yeah.
What we would like is a map of what they're planning on rezoning or amending the C1. Like, we haven't any idea what they've included in that.
Okay. I think there's a little bit of difference of consideration here with respect to a specific application versus the Sheridan housing area that's under discussion tonight. I'm not going to speak to that, but with respect to a specific application by CAPREIT on the Marlborough court location, there was many years ago some consideration by that company to bring forward some other kind of plan for that site. They haven't, to my knowledge, actually brought forward an application, but our staff would be able to clarify that question.
Okay, thank you.
And so perhaps, Acting Mayor, you could ask one of our planning staff if they do in fact have any information about a new application that's coming in that hasn't actually hit council yet.
Thank you for that, Councillor Adams. It's not on the agenda, and we've got an hour and a half before we time out here. Would it be possible for the caller to reach out to Councillor Adams, and Tom, you could point them in the right direction?
Yeah, thank you.
I'd be happy to help you with that if you want to send me a note.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Slavika joining us, followed by Eric and Julian.
Oh, they're my neighbors. Julian's my neighbor.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, who do we have with us?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Slavica Golyanin, and my family is quite new to Oakville, Sheridan College area. First, I want to say that we are strongly opposing rezoning of this area. We just got here, and we moved from Vancouver, BC. One of my children attends White Oak Secondary and the other two U of T downtown Toronto. So many things are mentioned here, but I still prepared something to read. So I will read and maybe repeat some of the like what people said, but I think it is important. So I've read your plan and listened to the presentation of Mr. Sunderland very carefully, and I concluded, and my conclusion is that the proposal was based on two issues: have more housing for students attending Sheridan College at a walking distance from the college, and have more low-cost housing for the general public. You're also talking about diversity, and I can tell you this just sounds like a phrase and nothing else, because this area is already diverse, and you can just check the demographics, check the White Oak Secondary School demographics, for example. So now I want to address this walking distance. Why is it so important? This really makes me mad, because my children commute to U of T campus, downtown Toronto, from Oakville every day. And they didn't complain to the politicians to give them affordable housing, but they live with their parents and commute. They are adult children going to U of T. If you are really insisting on the walking distance issue, Sheridan College has a huge and very underused parking lot. You can build residencies there with underground parking, but your plan doesn't even include building anything there. Why? If you think that that's not enough ground, and if you still insist on 800-meter distance to the college, then I think that Sheridan College should move. Why has that not been considered? There is so much unused land north of Dundas. The college plan can be nicely made from scratch instead of pushing so many families out of their homes. Second, low-cost housing can be built anywhere. It doesn't have to be tied to this area around Sheridan College at all. As a note, everyone living in the proposed zoning area knows that the car is needed to get groceries. Yes, public transit is nearby, but so too it is throughout Oakville. Our proposal to the town planners, and it is based on experience living in Vancouver and witnessing its transformation, is to rezone grounds occupied by malls for development. This doesn't mean that the malls will cease to exist. Vancouver has built high-rise complexes where a few ground floors still host the malls, with underground parking as well. This provides even better life to the residents since they do not need cars for basic shopping, for example. And there are so many malls along Trafalgar Road. Just start looking from the GO station all the way up to Dundas. The mall where Home Depot is located, that's one example, that's across GO station, huge area. Oakville Mall by itself, and the smaller mall across Trafalgar of the Oakville Mall. Then mall across Sheridan College, then mall at Postridge Drive. Then you have Goodyear Auto Center at the corner of Trafalgar and Upper Middle Road. Then you have Chrysler dealership. So how Vancouver did this? You still have dealership, but you have residential units above. Large malls on both sides of Trafalgar Road at Dundas. Huge parking lots. Why do we need so nice, flat, super parking lots? Why can't be underground? I probably haven't listed them all. So this is just my observation, very quick one. And this is only along Trafalgar Road. There are so many malls all over Oakville. And finally, build student residencies on the Sheridan College grounds. If that is not enough, as I said before, the town can spread north of Dundas, but I doubt this would be needed if the malls are redeveloped. However, I also noticed that your plan lacks other issues that come with more people living in this area and generally across the town. For example, how are you going to address increased need for healthcare and schools? There are already lack of healthcare practitioners, and the schools have portables to accommodate all students living in the catchment areas. I'm not talking about 1 or 2 portables. These are like 15 or 20 portables around the school grounds. How many more portables can be added to the schools? Is that the plan? How to expand? So even if you agree with our proposal to rezone mall grounds, you should still work on these other issues before we run into even greater disaster. Okay, so if you are opposing to our proposal and still want to take our homes and force us out to move or live in small apartments, then I think your decision is based on politics and not on how to solve the problems. In that case, there is an agenda that has nothing to do with common sense or care for the people. Since your decision will affect people living in this area, will there be voting on this issue? If we talk about democratic processes in Canada, I think that the affected people should have a right to vote. I know that the town hall meeting is your means to give voice to us, and thank you for that. But I also know that this meeting is just part of the procedure. You just need to check a box, and at the end, you will make your decision however you like. And that is not democratic. Regarding half money, you will agree that all residents of Oakville will benefit from this, where only residents in this Sheridan College area will be affected. Have to move and more likely permanently move out of Oakville. Do you think this is correct and fair? And last question, I know that a vast majority of owners of the houses are opposing the rezoning. What is your plan on how to force us to sell our properties and move out? And I would finish with this. Thank you for listening. And unfortunately, I have to leave this meeting. It's really great because I have to attend another meeting after this. So important busy evening. And I still hope, thank you again, and I hope that there will be some sense in making decisions in how to expand the town without pushing current residents out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for choosing Oakville. And I think we know where we've been getting our weather from. You brought it from Vancouver. Thanks so much.
Yeah, so you see, like, I'm not like all these people who already talked, like they say, oh, I've lived here for 30 years or so. I lived in Vancouver, which was, and it's still the most expensive place in Canada. And because it is so expensive, we had to live in smaller units. I didn't have a house in Oakville, and I couldn't afford it. And because we couldn't have a house there, we moved to Oakville. And now you're pushing us out of here. And that's so disturbing. And I'm really, really deeply hurt. And I think it's not fair. I think I have a right to live where I want to live without anyone pushing me around. So
thank you so much. Next, we have Eric joining us, followed by Julian Vachon and Ron Bell.
Hi, good evening, Council. Do we have the slideshow good to go as well, Madam Clerk?
We're working on that, and we can see you and hear you fine. And you have up to 10 minutes. If you don't need that, feel free to allow us to fit a few more people in it. We're going to be here quite late tonight. When did you send that presentation in, may I ask, Eric?
On Friday.
And is that when you registered as well? Sorry, I'm just looking over at our clerk.
Yes.
Eric, could we put you on hold for a little bit and move on to our next speaker while the clerk searches frantically for your presentation?
Sure, that sounds fine.
All right, so with that...
Mr. Chair, can I suggest that we ask Eric to re-email the presentation so that maybe we don't spend as much time looking for it, so it's ready to go for the next delegation?
Town clerk at oakville.ca.
Sounds good. I can do that.
All right, while that is hurtling its way towards us, do we have Julian Vachon? with us? All right, it appears that the Vachons have dropped off. Ron Bell, can we bring him in?
Hello.
Is that Mr. Bell?
Yes, it is.
Greetings, Ron. You've got up to 10 minutes if you need it.
Okay, thank you. Just gonna watch my time here. Yes, I have to preface my presentation with some of the other people have said the same thing. Is over the course of the night, both the members of council and other delegates have covered a lot of the same materials, but I'm not going to try and change the last minute. I'm not that quick to respond, so I'll just go through my presentation as it is. Next slide, please. So, as you know, my name is Ron Bell. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and gather some more information from the public. I have been a resident of Oakville since 1992, so over 30 years, and of the College Park area since 2001. I grew up in a small town and moved here with my family, willing to commute to my job in Toronto to avoid the dense concrete metropolis of downtown Toronto and other large cities. I chose the small town feel that the town of Oakville had at the time. It seems to be slipping away with all the development over the past decade. I will be providing my input and comments on the two key proposals under review tonight. Next slide. First, a couple of general comments and concerns, and some have been covered already. I did want, well, actually, I guess a quick acknowledgement first to some of the town council members and delegates who spoke at the January 22nd meeting on these proposals. I reviewed that meeting and got lots of information from that and raised lots of questions as well. The public meeting format for tonight, I just wanted to make note of my disappointment with the last minute change of this meeting format to be virtual only, rather than in person and open to the public. Even if the stated reason was that the chambers could not accommodate the expected volume of attendees, it could have continued as planned and restricted the attendance on a first arrival basis until the maximum capacity was reached. Just the fact of the expected large turnout should raise awareness of the importance and interest in these agenda items. The lack of public consultation. I agree with some of the council members and many residents that that there was not enough public consultation on these items. In fact, I'm not aware of any until the January 22nd meeting, even though the initial receipt of the federal plan was in July. Public input is critical to the due diligence process and ability for decision makers to arrive at the best long-term solutions in consideration of their constituents. There has been a pressure to fast track. Several delegates and councillors emphasize the need to move faster on housing solutions, but it is more important that they be done right, especially when they have such long-term impact on the town and its residents. In this case, the $36 million incentive, or whatever it currently is, to follow a specified timeline made it more difficult to be cautious and due diligence, but that's the type of action that can lead to poor choices. The housing shortage, I do want to acknowledge and mention that I do not dispute the reality of a housing shortage and the need to increase density to avoid ongoing urban sprawl. My concern is with how those goals are achieved. It's important to recognize that there are other town initiatives already underway to address this issue and demonstrate Oakville's efforts to improve the housing opportunities. I'll mention more about this later. Next slide, please. The first proposal regarding 4 dwelling units per detached properties, which has come to be known as 4 as of right units in a single dwelling. It seems that this proposal is not a substantial change from the existing 3 as of right and may not have significant impact. but it needs to carry stipulations. I like the wording of Councillor Haslett-Thiel from the January 22nd meeting when she said that any such applications should be contextual. Such conditions would have to be defined, but examples could be extra units should be within existing detached dwelling, maintaining the exterior building. No additional parking than existing, whether it supports 2, 3, or 4 vehicles. The additional parking can't be supported. It should only allow whatever the current dwelling can have. The infrastructure has to be capable of supporting additional utilities. The environmental and traffic flow assessments should be satisfied. There must be a suitable lot size and sufficient proximity to neighbors. Building and property must be maintained in accordance with surrounding neighborhood. This can be difficult if the people that are renting out the, let's call it fourplex, are not living there. We've seen some of that already happening in our neighborhoods. Applications should be reviewed on a case-by-case basis to ensure they meet the defined conditions for approval. And even if approved, they should still be subject to building code, fire code, and other related city bylaws. And I know they are. I've heard that already tonight. This proposal must be applicable town-wide, including South Oakville, so not unduly impacting any specific area or group of citizens. I believe it is stated as town-wide, but I'm not sure if there's any exclusions that were being proposed. In addition to this amendment to help provide more housing, there are other town initiatives already underway that will help in conjunction with the or as of right, such as, maybe, could you just put up slide 10 for a second? It's out of order, sorry. Has a couple of graphics. Oh, 10? One more? There, back one there. That's it. I'm just trying to raise awareness to some of the people maybe watching or listening that these initiatives that we're talking about tonight are not the only initiatives underway to help increase housing opportunities in the Halston, Oakville, and Halston areas. There's a December 22 staff report, 2022 staff report, and it talked about many things, including recommending growth will be directed to the strategic growth areas of Midtown, Bronte-Go, Uptown, and the Hospital District. There's the response, Oakville's response to the province's More Home Build Faster Act, which is the Bill 23 we heard about. The province has, in quotes, requested select municipalities, including Oakville, respond to a housing pledge, identifying how they will accommodate their allocated housing units. Oakville's been given a target of 33,000 housing units over 10 years. This initiative has been planned and is on target, and as stated by Councillor Elder at the January 22nd public meeting. Another initiative is the Midtown redevelopment, which is around the Oakville GO Station area. It's far along in the planning process, and several public information meetings have been held. Plans to accommodate the growth for a 2051 horizon when Midtown is forecasted to have over 30,000 people and proposes several high-rise apartment buildings. Other options to consider, we've heard also before, it seems like a pretty obvious and straightforward solution would be to include adding residential floors above existing retail and commercial buildings. No extra property required. Could you please go back to slide 5 if you can do that? That's it. So those are my comments. I just finished my comments on slide 1, and I'll come back to summarize that at the end. Proposal 2, Sheridan College housing area. This is much more concerning to me than the moving from 3 to 4 as of right issue. First of all, the 4-story buildings within 800 meters of Sheridan. It's not clear to me, even after tonight, it's not clear to me if the federal government incentive specifically requires 4-story buildings within 800 meters of Sheridan College, or if they ask for the town to propose some way of increasing student housing, and the town came up with this option. One of the residents did find this information that states the town staff proposal to convert family homes into 4-story student apartments is not required as part of the $36 million incentive and goes against the written statements of the minister, who writes, we require greater clarity on your actions to increase the amount and density of housing for students within walking distance of Sheridan College. Many students are living in single-family homes that surround Sheridan, which could be much better utilized as homes for families, which we already heard tonight as well. The significance of the 800-meter, I think we've covered that as well. It's likely the 800-meter distance was decided as to be within walking distance, but it is in contrast with the Halton District School Board requirement of students being within 3 kilometers of their school. In any case, the identified subject lands for this proposal does not extend to the 800-meter radius. If it went a bit farther, it would include a large area of undeveloped land on the north side of Glen Ashton between Taunton Road and Trafalgar. I expect there already are plans for this area, but if the town could mandate it, it would be a great location. It would be a great location for affordable medium-density student housing. It would also include an area south of Leland, west of Oakville Place, which is in decline and could really benefit from some redevelopment that could incorporate medium-density housing as well. These areas are just outside the 800-meter radius. The Oakville Place one is within it. The current proposed project lands is only a small portion of that radius. The impact on existing established community. It's unreasonable to expect College Park residents to sacrifice the community that they saved for and invested in many years ago, selecting specifically because it comprised small, sheltered enclaves in neighborhoods conducive to raising their children, knowing and recognizing the majority of their neighbors, being protected from heavy traffic, and from future development plan. That's what they were expecting when they chose this area. This proposal is serious and a deceitful blindside by the town, especially when there are other options available, and would drastically change the fabric of the College Park community. Slide 6, please. Other options that either are underway or that could help alleviate this problem without having to implement 4-story apartment buildings in this area. We talked about the Sheridan College Master Plan, which is in place. It's already proposing several large multi-story buildings to be erected on the site, on their own existing site. The campus currently has sufficient land located within its boundaries in which to build upward and outward on existing residential buildings and new student housing without directly impacting our neighborhoods. Adding additional floors above existing retail and commercial buildings is another option we talked about earlier to increase housing and student residences. Slide 7, please. When I was preparing for this, I walked over to Sheridan College and took a walk around to see what's currently in place there in the way of residences. And if you take a look at this aerial view of Sheridan College grounds, you can see it's so obvious how much space is used for parking lots. It's got to be 30 to 40% of their space which is very valuable real estate property just used to park a vehicle. What a waste. Residential units could be built above these lots on supporting columns without losing any parking space. So I know part of their plan is to build some residential towers there. But this is another option I've seen around the world where people are starting to use flat asphalt paved parking lots as a base for building upwards on supported columns. By using the scale on the map, I calculate more than 40,000 square meters is consumed by parking lots. If a student residential area, a unit were something like 50 square meters, maybe 450 square feet, and the building above the parking lots was only a 4-story, that would allow for 3,000 units, all built on existing areas with no additional property cost or losing parking space. And being within 800 meter radius should still satisfy the $36 million incentive requirement. In fact, some of this award could be used by the town to subsidize Sheridan's construction costs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bell. We've hit our time limit. Is there one other sentence you wanted to add?
I guess yes. Just my final reaction is on proposal 1. I just wanted to say I understand and support this proposal with the conditions that I've mentioned. I'm okay with that. The proposal 2, I support alternatives to address student housing needs. I believe it is a need, but there are so many alternatives. I do not support 4-story buildings in a special policy area.
Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have Eric with us and his presentation? Welcome back, Eric.
Hello.
Good to see you. It's been a long time.
Yeah, long time no see. Missed you. All right.
And we have your as of right might presentation up. And you have up to 10 minutes. If you can do it in less, bonus marks.
Challenge accepted. All right. So, hello, Council. I am Eric. I am a long-time resident all my life. Schooled all the way up to college in Oakville. And here to my left is my good friend Cullen. Hello. So next slide, please. So meet Cullen. He moved to Oakville in 2021 to continue schooling in person after COVID-19. He's graduated from Sheridan College in April 23, and he still currently lives in Oakville. And an interesting fact about him is that he pays $394 for rent. So that's actually pretty reasonable for this day and age, actually more than reasonable. So the question is, how did Cullen get to that rent number? Next slide, please. So this is the size of his room. Take a second to take that in. Next slide, please. So his room is about 8 by 12 feet. He also splits he splits the rent of that room of $788 between himself and his partner. And then in addition, he shares the home with 4 of the roommates. Next slide, please. This is the size of the only sink in his house where they can do dishes. Next slide, please. It's a 30-minute walk from Sheridan College. So there's a lot of factors, but the one positive, next slide, please, is that there's space for 6 parking spots, but only one of his roommates are able to afford a car. So what we're trying to vouch for here is, next slide, please, is we're asking for more variety. 4 is the right could be the right step to give Cullen and many of our friends a livable Oakville. To maintain this affordable life, he had to downgrade to a lower quality of life. So currently, to get to a livable Oakville, he had to take a lot away from his quality of life to get to survivable, even. So we'd like to give students a reason to stay in Oakville, because now I'm seeing all of my friends, my like people who I would call my best friends, they see no value in Oakville. They're all leaving. Like most of my friends already left. Cullen's one. There's still people who are still living in Oakville, and I don't know how much longer he will be. So yeah, right now the reasons are far and few between to stay in Oakville for students. So let's make a new reason. Vote yes. Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to add, Cullen?
No, I'm good. I think we've said everything that we want to say about the future for students in this area, because I think we're a very valuable part of Oakville.
Yes, thank you, Cullen. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Eric, Cullen, and friends. You do have a question from Councillor O'Meara.
I'll be really quick, guys. I know we're up against it a bit here, but does anybody your age, do you guys work in like the services, or do you have part-time jobs in the town here? Do you support sort of the local economy by working in some retailer? Like what do you do for a living here while you're at school, or how does that work?
Personally, I've been working at the Superstore, Real Canadian Superstore, just up by it's by the Walmart and all that sort of stuff. I'm so uptown core, right? I've only been here for a bit, so
that's perfect. So you're filling a role. Not only are you looking for somewhere to live, you're also doing a job that that we need people to do in this town, and we need more people like you to stay around and do these sorts of jobs. That's correct, eh?
Yeah, I believe so, because I think that having more students here would allow students to get into the economy and work more around this area, and allow themselves to actually, get more into Oakville and do more in Oakville by working in different places around here, and just put more money into it. I've been at Superstore for 2 years since I had moved into Oakville, because I had worked back home in Oshawa. And then when I came over here, I transferred because obviously to afford living here, I do have to work full time, which is understandable. But with this downgrade, which I have with me and my partner splitting, I still work full time either way, even though it has become more affordable for me. But that's because of the circumstance.
Well, thanks so much. I appreciate you guys coming out and speaking. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara, and thank you, Eric and friends.
All right. Thank you so much, Council.
Madam Chair, next we have Adam Mills, if you can let him in, followed by Russell Gunner and Joanne Totten. There you are, Adam. We can see you.
Yeah.
And we can hear you. You have up to 10 minutes. If you agree with somebody in particular, you can give a shout out to them. it's your time.
Well, there were so many good delegations. Mr. Marcolongo from Environmental Defense for leading the fight against sprawl and recognizing that both the key to fight to defeating sprawl and to defeating the housing crisis lies with density and creating more housing options. I also want to thank Dorothy and Louise. I don't know you, but I could give you a hug. You guys, your presentations were great, and Eric and Cullen for kind of showing us the reality that young people are facing here in our community. Council, you all heard my spiel at the January meeting, so I kind of want to direct more of my comments to the members of the public who've come here today to learn more or oppose the proposed zoning changes. More housing supply and reduced zoning restrictions are necessary to ending the housing crisis. This is the consensus, and it's been growing for many years. And if it wasn't, why would the federal government, armed with boatloads of experts and economists, be spending so much political capital on this housing accelerator fund? And really, we need to not, for a healthy housing market and to bring down housing prices to make them more attainable, we need to really have an elastic market, which means that we need to be allowing for much more housing than we build to create bountiful housing. The wisdom goes that older generations always work to provide opportunity for the younger generation, and I believe that to be true, especially here in Oakville. I think all those young folks speaking tonight that grew up in Oakville would agree that we had it pretty good growing up here. But now there's a problem. When our generation says we want to live here, many in the older generation, not all, but there's some very supportive delegations earlier. Many of the older generation freak out and try to roll up the red carpet, even for a very modest change like this one. I live in Ward 1, Running-Beck area, and I went for a walk with my girlfriend the other day. I didn't plan on it, but I started to see some really good examples. Next slide, please. Of why it would be absurd to say no to 4 units in our neighborhoods. Here's next slide, please. What we're approving with consensus now. We've got McMansions next to tiny single-family homes. They're both single-family homes. Why do we allow the thing on the right, but as soon as we try to put 4 units in it instead of 1 or 2, we don't allow it? And all the concerns about, next slide, please, about the Midtown plan. The loudest is that it's too many people in too small of a space. Well, here's a piece of the puzzle to allow more people like myself to live in some already great places in Oakville. Maybe we'll even have us pay taxes here, so we can contribute to better services and transit. So that's kind of my spiel for all those who came out. Next slide, please. Now, for some things I want to share with council. Thanks for listening to the majority of us that showed up at the January meeting, and you voted to pursue these bylaw changes and spend your political capital and lead on this matter. I hope that you'll continue to support these changes, and though there's still lots to do to make all of Oakville a truly welcoming space. I personally don't think that these changes go far enough for the minister to consider them ambitious, as he has said he's looking for, in order to release the not insignificant amount of funds that will be used to my understanding, in part to fund infrastructure required for growth. And I think that number is falling. If you kind of follow the federal bubble of news, that number is falling because there's a lot of municipalities out there that are beating Oakville to the punch and getting that money for their communities. And I think the fund, the Housing Accelerator Fund, is limited, and this number is going to continue to go down if we don't approve these bylaw changes when they come up in April. The concerns that I don't think it goes far enough is that restricting these changes just to detached dwellings. That's a major part. I think the town also needs to look at why 3 units aren't being built, what restrictions are causing that. I know the gentleman from Environmental Defense said, yes, there's a bit of a cultural shift that needs to occur, but I think we also need to look at what restrictions are causing these concerns. Things like the parking requirements, the building envelope, removing frontage minimums for townhouses, all these very, I honestly, in my opinion, nitpicky almost requirements that just limit housing and don't provide great value. I think there is value in regulating, styles and whatnot, but the extent that we do it is beyond absurd in my opinion. That's about it. I honestly applaud council in pursuing this and also adding the gentle density strategy to the list of things that they're looking to pursue. For that, I'd like to see council go beyond just looking at mixed use zoning changes. I think it should look at reducing or eliminating parking minimums for residences. Your typical student, left leaning, whatever, but far from a free market fundamentalist. But even I think it's absurd that we enforce the cost of car-based living on people. I think we should let the market decide the need for private vehicle parking, in my honest opinion. And I think that the gentle density strategy should go beyond that and also look at allowing more building types with fewer restrictions all across town, not just in commercial areas. I think that's what many would define as gentle density. But yeah, that's in closing.
Well, thank you very much for joining us this evening and sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, my pleasure.
All right, thank you. All right, council, it's 9:40. We have a couple of items on the agenda after this event. And so for the upcoming delegations, at this point, we may have to recess and add another date depending on how late we go. My concern is that we're going to lose the people that are been anxiously waiting for us. So with that in mind, Russell Gunner, I believe, is up next. Are you with us, Russell?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear. Can't see you, but I can.
Wow, I should be on camera. I'm not sure why it's not on. Oh well, it's getting late for me as much as you guys are too, so I'm getting ready for bed here soon. I did send a presentation in. Did you guys want to make sure you got it? There we go. I'm going to be really quick. I'll make this nice and easy for you, everyone. It's been actually quite enjoyable to watch this whole process, and thank to all the council for listening to everybody's concerns. I think one thing I want to point out, but the last person just talked about was parking, and I'm going to show a personal thing here too. So next slide. These are the things we've been talking about all night, so we're not going to go through it all. We've talked about this whole night. So next slide. This is personally what's happened across the street from us. And the house was sold in March 2022. They started renting it to 5 renters. We don't know for sure if it's 5 renters or not, but based on the number of cars in the driveway every night, we assume it is on the road also. It's listed as 4 plus 1 bedroom, 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. I came home in October 2023 to see they took the tree down out front. I quickly looked in to find out that there was no permit approved, so I called the town. The town was going to look into it to find out what happened. I never heard exactly what happened. I don't know if they were penalized. 1 month later, I knew exactly why they were going to take it down because I knew they wanted to park on the front lawn. And talking to the town, they said, you're not allowed to do that. I said, well, I know that. But they went and did it anyway. So on a Saturday morning, a big gravel truck came in and plowed over the whole front yard. So again, I called the town again. I was told they're not allowed to do that. They will ticket the person every night. And that same car's on the grass every night. So again, this is my concern of what's going to happen if we allow more and more people to live in a home. We're going to allow more and more cars to live there. So I just want to show you what the house property looked like. So next slide. This is what the house looked like in 2018 based upon Google Maps. It's the house right in front of us there. You see there's a very mature tree in front with a single driveway. You can fit up to 3 cars, I think 3 to 4 cars in that single driveway. And this is what it looks like now. Next slide, please. And this is what it looks like now. So as you can imagine, it's not what you want to live with or live across the street with or beside from. And there's cars in the road all the time, as you can see there. This was taken last week in the morning, so that car was there all night. Anyways, it's just my concern is that if we allow us to go through more and more cars and people will just tear apart their front yard, and the kids who live there, they're kids, sorry, they're I'm going to assume late 20s, mid to late 20s. I don't know if they're students at Sheridan College. I'm not sure if they work in the area. I don't know. They're nice people. I've never had any problems with them. I think they're quite nice. It's the landlord that doesn't give, I won't say what I think, but they don't care. They don't follow the law. They just cut down the tree without asking, and then I'm sure he'll pay a penalty, but he doesn't bother because he needs the extra parking spot. So anyways, that's the next slide. Just again, those are my concerns. How will it be policed? So when people are just cutting down trees, will it be, getting approval? What will they face? What kind of penalties will they face, and so forth? So anyways, I kept it short and sweet for you guys so you can all get to bed hopefully before midnight.
Thank you very much. It came across very clearly with the concerns that you've expressed. Thank you. Next up, Jeffrey Belcher. We've lost, somebody had to drop out. So Mr. Belcher, followed by Derek Zapp and Pierre Savignon. Jeffrey, welcome. We can see you and we can hear you.
Awesome. That's perfect. Good evening, council. Shall I just begin?
By all means. The clock is running.
Cool. Hope everybody's having a great night. I'm honored to be here. I'm glad that we're talking about this. My name is Jeffrey Belcher, and I'm a resident of Ward 2, and I'm here to support the For As of Right movement in Oakville, and also want to support density around Sheridan. And today I want to talk about why. So why don't we just go over what the problem is? What are we trying to solve here? Just to be super clear, there's a lack of housing supply that drives the lack of housing affordability in Oakville. So I want to take a moment and just explain the difference between affordability and supply, because some people use the term interchangeably, but they are totally different concepts. Affordability is the goal. It's broadly accepted that if a person is spending less than 30% of their annual income on housing, it is considered affordable for them. Therefore, a housing affordability problem is the opposite. This means that if you spend more than 30% of your annual income on housing, you have a housing affordability problem. According to the Globe and Mail, 26% of all households in Oakville spend more than 30% of their annual income on housing. That's a problem. These are people in Oakville, 26% of them, that are facing a housing affordability problem. As I mentioned before, the lack of housing supply is what drives the lack of housing affordability in Oakville. Housing affordability is determined by demand and supply, basic economics. The supply of housing affordability in Oakville is extremely low compared to the demand for housing in Oakville. This leads to high prices. Basic economics predicts what we presently experience. If you want to fix affordability, you need to increase supply. Any policy that doesn't target supply will stop short of tackling the root cause of our housing crisis. So now that we've explained the problem, why For As of Right? Well, I'm glad that we had a presentation by Mr. Sunderland because I think it covers a lot of the misunderstandings surrounding this bylaw. Existing zoning laws still overrule how For As of Right goes. It doesn't change heights or existing setback requirements. It simply allows for the homeowner to turn their house into 4 units without needing to go through a lengthy application process. Just to be clear, I hear a lot of issues about the Committee of Adjustment, tree bylaws, etc. These are problems, but they are not unique to For As of Right. Today we are talking about For As of Right bylaw, not our overarching problems with development in general. And I think if we're going to criticize For As of Right, we should be focused in what we criticize instead of talking about sort of unrelated issues to just this policy. And finally, this is my personal opinion, but the province of Ontario has the ability to force this on you, unlike the federal government. the federal government is coming and saying, hey, here's a couple $1 million, please build some housing. But the province, much like they did with 3 as of right, will probably pass 4 as of right in the future. They've made public assurances that they want to pass all the affordability goals of the Housing Affordability Task Force report, and in there is 4 as of right. So I think the federal government is giving you the carrot, and the province will give you the stick. And I think it's really up to you what you want to pick. Do you want 4 as of right with millions of dollars, or 4 as of right with nothing? I know what I'm picking. Lastly, I want to talk about something that is sort of frustrating. I hear a lot of councillors tonight talking about parking problems, and I'm a little bit I'm a bit confused. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my mind a little bit. Mr. Sunderland mentioned that if parking couldn't be built, they might not be eligible for 4 units as of right, like the homeowner. There should never, ever be a situation where housing isn't built because of a lack of parking. We build cities for people. We don't build cities for cars. Cars are just a means to an end of getting around. It might have worked in the countryside, but we live in a city. And as the delegate Eric mentioned, we have lots of parking. We don't have a parking problem here. We have a housing affordability problem. And unless the plan is for me to live in a car, I really don't care that much about where I can park my car. I don't own one. What I would actually prefer is if we built housing, which is actually what matters here, and parking should be a consideration afterwards. If we can build the housing, can we supply parking? Sure, but let's build the housing first, because that's the priority. None of the councillors tonight asked about in my opinion, the more important problem, which is, can we make this 4th unit affordable? As I mentioned, there's a huge housing affordability problem in Oakville. 26% of the people you represent are facing this problem. We should be looking at whether we can do 4 as of right and make this last unit an affordable unit. But we were much more concerned about parking minimums, where people are going to park. Honestly, I think we should focus more on housing, because I think that's what matters. And I don't think people really care that much about parking when they have nowhere to live. So yeah, I think that's all I really want to say. I support this, and I'm really proud of the younger people who have come out to support this as well, because I think that they deserve to have their voices heard in an issue that really affects them primarily. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Don't see any questions. So with that, we will move on to Derek Zapp. Are you with us, Derek?
Mr. Chair, I wonder if you need a motion to go past the hour?
Well, we certainly will be in need of one, Councillor Duddick, at some point. Would you like to propose that now?
Yep.
So that's moved by Councillor Duddick that this meeting proceed beyond the hour of 10:30 p.m. Anyone not in favor of that? That's carried. Thank you very much. It would be great to be able to clear the deck this evening instead of trying to fit another meeting into our calendars and rearrange all the dates with our residents that would like to speak.
Hi, Derek. It's Andrea, the clerk. I'm trying to promote you to be a panelist, and it keeps showing that you're declining. And I need to promote you as panelist in order for you to speak. Mr. Chair, we'll go to Pierre Savageau, sorry.
Good stuff. Pierre, are you with us? Hi, Pierre, can you hear me? Our system shows that you have joined us, Pierre. We can't hear you as yet, or see you for that matter. Andre Adam, if you're with us, we'll try to get you in the queue as well.
Hey, can you guys see and hear me?
We can see you and hear you. You have up to 10 minutes if you require that, or if you're for something or against something, you can let us know that as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Heads up, I'm going old school, no slides. I just got added to the delegation list a few hours ago, so my apologies if anything is rough around the edges, but nonetheless, let's get into it. So my name is Andre Adam. I'm 21 years old, and I grew up in Oakville, Ward 1. Currently, I'm an economics and finance student at McGill University, and I'll be coming back to live with my parents in Oakville upon my graduation this April. I'm here to speak in favor of the town-initiated plan and zoning bylaw amendments and encourage you to adopt the changes that would allow for 4 dwelling units per property in Oakville and additional density around Sheridan College. My parents grew up in communist Romania. They didn't have much in terms of possessions, but one thing they were able to attain was an education. My father became an engineer and my mother a math teacher. In 2000, they decided to take a risk and moved to Canada from Romania with nothing but a couple $1,000s in saving, a suitcase of clothes, and a cutlery set. When they came here, they did what they were supposed to do. They integrated within the community, they found a job, and they worked hard. Within 3 years, they were able to put a mortgage on their first home, and in 2008, they could afford to upsize into the Oakville single-detached house we call home today. At the time, the home was priced at 9 times the median Canadian salary. In other words, my parents lived the Canadian dream. They were immigrants from working-class families who made it with a house and a family in one of the most livable cities in the most amazing country in the world. Like so many other young people who look up to their parents, I hope that if I worked hard, developed the right skills, and did what I am supposed to do, I too could afford a beautiful place I'd be proud to call home. In high school, I earned the grades to secure a place at a good post-secondary institution. I started a business and applied to scholarships to afford to study there. In university, I often spent 60 to 80 plus hours a week on academics and extracurriculars to build my resume for internships and eventually to land a full-time job in Toronto. While I'm proud of the work I've done over the years, the excitement is quickly muted when you look at the realities of the housing market in the GTA. The average rent of a 1-bedroom apartment in Oakville is $2,400. And in Toronto, Mississauga, Brampton, or Oshawa, the number is around the same. To put that into context, according to each respective institution's website, the average McGill undergraduate student earns around $60,000 a year after finishing their degree. Someone with a computer engineering technology diploma from Sheridan, around $48,000. And a Bachelor of Arts from Guelph University can expect $41,000 a year. That means that the average McGill graduate needs to put 2/3 of their after-tax salary towards rent if they want to live in Oakville. The average Guelph graduate after paying income taxes and the rent on their one-bedroom apartment, will only have $180 left every month if they live in Oakville. The challenges continue when looking to purchase. The average single-detached home in Oakville costs 42 times the median Canadian salary, and even a condo costs 15 times. Remember 16 years ago? It was only 9 times for a single-detached. And if we go further back to 41 years ago, around the time a previous delegate moved into Oakville, home prices were just 4 times the price of a median income. It's no wonder then that study after study showed that it'll take decades for the average young person to afford a down payment. For people who currently don't own, 63% say they feel like homeownership will always be out of reach. More anecdotally, almost everyone I speak with went to my high school and moved out of town for post-secondary doesn't think it will make sense for them to come back to Oakville, in large part due to affordability. Personally, I am lucky that my parents are letting me continue to live at home to eventually save for a down payment. Even then though, in the medium term, I will likely only be able to purchase an apartment a fraction of the size of what my parents were able to afford as new immigrants some 24 years ago. To me, and so many of my peers, this doesn't feel like the Canadian dream my parents or the people of working age in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s had. It feels like simply because we got unlucky with when we started our careers and couldn't get our hands on a fairly priced home a few decades ago, we're now locked out of the market. It doesn't take an economics degree to understand why housing prices have grown so quickly. Canada's population growth has accelerated over the past decades, and a post-COVID population boom has further shocked housing demand. In a world without frictions, more demand doesn't need to mean higher prices for long, since builders would just construct more homes and drive prices back down. But our world isn't one without frictions, and there are barriers to supplying enough homes. From a legislative perspective, every regulation, restriction, tax, or delay on the construction of homes makes it harder to build the number we need. Of course, many of those regulations are important. Builders are for profit after all, and it's the government's responsibility to ensure that new supply is built safely, sustainably, and is integrated within the wider community. Like with everything, there's a constant trade-off, as we've seen today, between the constraints placed on supply and what's best for people. However, in a crisis like the one we're in today, those trade-offs require re-examination and often adjustment. If a policy that makes it easier to supply homes is thoughtful and effective, it should be implemented. Actions from all levels of government, such as removing HST on purpose-built rentals, easing building requirements, and yes, the town's 70-point housing strategy and action plan, which I read, show that this is indeed happening. But there is still more to do. And the 2 policies being discussed today are thoughtful, supply-increasing measures that I believe would both benefit the broader community and should pass. I want to quickly go through 6 objective truths as to why I support the policy. First, Oakville must build 33,000 new homes by 2031. This is a provincially mandated target, and so whether we like it or not, Oakville will grow and become more like a city. It's now a question of how, not whether. Second, for every new missing middle housing like these ones constructed, it means less of a need for high-rise condos. Of course, high-rises have their place within vibrant communities, but if I am to borrow a line from what the resident associations said at the Oakville Midtown meetings in their opposition towards high-rises, quote, people-scale communities are more livable than maximum density ones, end quote. 4 units as a right and 4 stories near Sheridan matches the criteria of people scale. 3. Young professionals like myself would rush at the opportunity to own this type of housing. Finding housing in the GTA is tough, and even tougher in Oakville. Many young people want to live here, but we can't. 4. This policy encourages controlled growth where the municipal infrastructure already exists. Unlike greenfield construction that requires the installation of new drainage, water, and roads, paid for in part by higher property taxes, gently densifying existing neighborhoods takes advantage of existing infrastructure, especially with the widening of Trafalgar Road, the street's planned BRT-LRT route, and the proximity to Oakville Go. Better utilizing the land around Sheridan makes sense. 5. Ontario already mandates 3 units as a right, and the Housing Affordability Task Force has recommended a move to 4 units as a right province-wide. As such, this change is more incremental than many people believe, And even if council eventually rejects this proposal, 4 units as a right may be mandated by the province soon anyways. 6. Passing these two motions will mean $25 million in federal funding. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, councillors, but through the Housing Accelerator Fund, municipalities that make it easier to build homes will get federal dollars, and we know that Oakville's share of the funding is conditional on passing these two motions. Assuming that Oakville has about 75,000 households, my back of the envelope math says that this $25 million is equivalent to a 5% property tax increase next year, about $330 per household. That's a lot of money Oakville would be leaving on the table and have to explain to residents if council rejects this motion. In council, in conclusion, we know that the solution to the housing crisis will be multifaceted and require decisive action from all levels of government. While these two policies won't fix everything by themselves, probably not even close, there are important steps forward and another piece to the housing supply puzzle. At the end of the day, everyone deserves to believe in the Canadian dream. On behalf of the young people still working towards it, I hope you will act and approve these motions to help keep it alive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. I don't see any questions. Thank you for joining us this evening, and go Redbirds. Madam Clerk, I believe we have Derek Zapp back with us. We hope. Mr. Zapp, are you able to hear us? Mr. Zapp, our system's showing that you're in the room. We just need to hear from you.
Hello?
Mr. Zapp, is that you? Derek, is that you?
Hello?
Hi, is that Mr. Zapp? Can you hear us? Testing, testing.
We heard him.
We did.
Oh, he's on. It shows he's mute, but there he's off now.
Mr. Zapp, can you hear us? Madam Clerk, could you, I think we're on the phone ones now. Could you call the next?
Yes, so next on the phone is Linda Huxt. Linda, if you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Is
Hello?
that Hi, is that Linda?
Hi, yes, it's Linda. How are you this evening, councillors and acting Mayor Giddings?
Very well. We're looking forward to your comments, and we're a little sensitive on the clock right now.
Okay, I won't take up a lot of your time this evening. I actually have lived in Oakville since 1975, and I've lived in the proposed zoning of the 4 flex homes for 42 years. My husband and I had bought a condo on this neighborhood, and I've been in this existing condo for the past 19 years. And I do not oppose, I do not agree with what you're proposing. I feel that because I'm in close proximity to Sheridan College, I don't believe that this will be affordable housing for Oakville. I think this is going to be another housing solution to house Sheridan College students. When I bought my condo here 19 years ago, the declaration was a single family dwelling, and at that time, there were many rentals bought up by various investors into this condo. And I found that I'd moved in the summer, and come fall, all these new people started moving into the condo. And I said, what is going on? And we actually had to take an owner to arbitration because they were using this condo as a rooming house and a boarding house for Sheridan College students. I have lived here a long time. I've seen the neighborhood change. I ask yourself, if you were in my position, if the town had come to you and proposed that they build a 4 duplex beside your home, how would you feel about it? I think it's going to create a lot of problems that have been discussed this evening, as far as parking, garbage pickup. I don't believe that it will reduce the cost of utilities. It's going to be a bigger unit. It's going to use more utilities. Also, I'm concerned that with regard to noise and, different people coming in and out, and you're saying that, let's say you have a 4-story unit, and each unit has 3 bedrooms. So in that unit, you have 3 people on 4 floors. And then let's say they have a girlfriend live with them. Now you've got 6 people on 4 floors. And then they could convert the living room to a bedroom. Then you've got another 4 people. How is this going to be managed? How is this going to be taken care of? Is the landlord going to be responsible? Also, how is it going to be affordable? Because you're not going to be able to build this and rent these out for a cost that people can afford. Yes, if you had 3 unrelated tenants living in the unit and they were each paying $700 a room and you're renting it out for $2,100, yes, it could be feasible. But how is that helping young people and new families coming to Oakville to afford affordable housing? It's not. And why does it have to be in my neighborhood? Why can't it be? I do believe a lot of things in Oakville. I've lived here most of my life. If you are north of the QEW, you don't seem to have much say, but if you live south of the QEW, you get a lot more things. People pay attention to what's going on in that part of town. I also think that Sheridan College has a lot of property. If Sheridan College wants housing, then why doesn't Sheridan College provide the housing? That's all about. I have to speak on the matter this evening. I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your time. And just for clarity, the 3 units as of right was put in place by the province over a year ago. The 4 units as of right is across Oakville. It's not north, it's not south, it's throughout Oakville. So just wanted to clarify that for you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. But I do believe that it's not going to help the housing crisis in Oakville. All it's going to do is help Sheridan College's problems with regards to where they're going to house students. I don't think it's going to be built, a family could come in here and afford to live there. And I do believe you're going to take 3 houses to build 1 fourplex. It just doesn't make sense to me.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, our next delegation.
We are going to try Derek Zapp again, Mr. Chair. Derek, are you present? You're showing unmuted on our system.
Can you hear me now? All right, Madam Clerk, it's 10:15. If we could move on.
Okay, we will go to Martin Radikoff.
Hi, Martin, can you hear us? Madam Clerk, does it show if they're with us or if they've disconnected?
Martin is currently in our system. Martin, if you can just press *6 and your phone will unmute your system. Next, Mr. Chair will ask Jeevan to unmute himself.
Do you hear me?
That's Martin.
Hello, is that Martin?
No?
Hi, is that Martin?
Do you hear me? Yes, it is. Do you guys hear me?
We can hear you fine. If you could express your views about what you think of the proposal before us, that would be great.
Yeah, long time coming, I guess. It's getting late, but long time resident here as well. I've been in Oakville since, I guess, 1998, I think. I don't think I'm ever leaving. But I think I can answer. I'm all for the proposed 4 units per property. I think that's going to help with getting younger people in the neighborhoods, and getting the density up and provide more affordable housing. I think, and I have a question, that's the reason I called, and I think I can answer why nobody has taken the 3 units role before, because I did contact the city of Oakville when the Bill 23 came into effect. And the reason I never went ahead with anything like that was that I was told that there is a limit on the accessory unit that were part of that bylaw, and the limit was 75 square meters per unit, which is about 800 square feet, as you know. That made it a very kind of unit that did not make sense. I have 2 kids that I was planning to build additional units for. But at 75 square meters, that is a single bedroom apartment, which does not make any sense at all. So here comes my question. Is the new bylaw amendment is going to rectify that limit? That was Oakville bylaw. That was not the province-wide requirement. Is the new amendment of the bylaw going to remove that square foot requirement so people can plan and move and build more affordable units, basically?
Let me see if we have a staff member that can provide that answer for you, whether it has to be a minimum of 75 square meters or not.
That was the maximum. Sorry, that was the maximum.
Oh, the maximum. All right, Director Charles.
That was a maximum requirement, and this was a GFA area, which again, taking the walls into account, made it really not making sense.
No, we understand. Director Charles.
And if that requirement stays in effect, there are not going to be any takers on the 4-unit proposal as well. Because again, units of this size do not make economic sense at all.
All right, well, we have an answer that we're trying to get for you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The housekeeping amendment that was done last year had removed that requirement. We'll provide further clarity around those regulations within the next report.
So there'll be no maximum square footage. It will be all based on the setbacks and maximum GFA requirement for the property.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. I guess quite pleased with this development, and good luck.
Great, thank you for your call. Madam Clerk.
Next, Mr. Chair, we have Jeevan. So Jeevan, if you press *6, you should be able to speak.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
We can hear you just fine, thank you.
Perfect, thank you so much. I'm glad I stuck on the call. I know it's quite late in the evening for everyone, so I do appreciate that you are trying to still hear from everyone in the town and in the affected area. My name is Jeevan Basra. I was born and raised in Oakville. I still have not left this town. I grew up in the neighborhood of Glen Abbey. I moved to River Oaks during university, and I now live in the White Oaks neighborhood. I have a lot of experience with this town. I still live here because there are a lot of positives to this town. I think one of them being how much we have placed importance on our trails, our nature, having pride in ownership of this town. And I do understand a lot of the other citizens voicing their concerns about how the neighborhood would change. At the same time, I have also seen that same sort of argument be made in the past that has slowed down development for Oakville and at times even set it back, where then years later we are having to go through revitalization planning because those neighborhoods have seen a huge reduction in progress compared to our neighboring towns and cities. My concerns with this, I am in favor of increasing housing for the Sheridan student community. I do think that Sheridan needs to be involved more with what its plans are for housing. At the same time, as a student who attended McMaster University, I know that this is not a complete solution to that problem. A lot of the times, and for myself in particular, McMaster's residential housing was too expensive for me to be able to afford. And so I relied quite heavily on the community student housing in order to be able to stay in Hamilton and live there while at school. For me to afford rent in Hamilton, though comparatively extremely cheap compared to Oakville, I was still working almost full-time hours to afford university and my housing. So I understand the student struggle of trying to find somewhere to live while attending school and needing to pay for all of those things. As someone who is part of the younger generation, this is a very big problem for us to be able to afford living in addition to everything else that life expenses have thrown at us. So I do think that community-based housing for students is necessary, as well as putting some responsibility back on Sheridan to increase housing on campus. My concerns would be what is in place to ensure that this additional housing that's created is for Sheridan students and not just bringing in additional housing in general. There was a mention that this is not being counted towards density planning, and that's really where my concerns lie. I think that permit or registration that you're doing these changes for Sheridan students should happen so that the town knows exactly what houses have been updated and that this is allocated for Sheridan student housing versus it just being updated and then rented to whoever. If it is just rented to the general population, then this plan falls short of taking into consideration density planning. One of the issues I've noticed living in Oakville my entire life is that the amount of services for the amount of people living here have not kept pace with each other. My concern would be that there isn't a plan to increase healthcare professionals, education, school teachers. In general, there's already a lot of wait lists in Oakville to see any sort of professional. So I do think that we are kind of shooting ourselves in the back end if we don't look at this in terms of what needs to happen along with increased housing. Now, if we're opening this up so that it's not just Sheridan, that's an extremely important part because we already have such a shortage on residents that do already live in this town. So I think those are my major points. My next one would be, if this is supposed to be affordable housing, I think that there should be a cap on renting. As someone who is still living in Oakville and with my parents, one of the bigger issues as well is also finding rent that is within your income means and isn't 50, 60 to 80% of your income to going towards rent. So if this is supposed to be an affordable housing solution, there should also be a cap on the amount of rent being charged on these units so that it doesn't just become a profitability perspective. And I think that will help also trim down the kind of situations we attract. Additionally, this is a commuting town. We all know that there are a lot of people in Oakville who actually work in Toronto. And I don't think parking is as big of an issue as some of my local townspeople have made it become. A lot of this generation can't afford cars and units. So I don't think the parking will be as big of a problem. Additionally, Oakville has a lot of bylaws already in place that limit the ability to park on streets and roadways. I live on McCraney. There is no street parking allowed along McCraney at all because it's a main school bus route. So I think that these problems are being a little bit blown out of proportion because there's concern about the change in neighborhood. I don't want that concern to be the thing that holds Oakville back from developing further into the future for younger generations to be attracted to move to Oakville. I've already witnessed a lot of people who would not consider moving to Oakville. They are young professionals, but the town is still very past thinking in its ways. I'm trying to find a nice way of putting this, but there's a lot of things we've held back on in wanting to keep our kind of pride of being a town that isn't attracting a younger generation. And that is going to come back at some point and become a huge problem for this town. So I think this is a step in the right direction to helping attract the younger generation back into the town and keep it moving forward in a progressive way that will help bring in income for this town. I wanted to echo one of my townspeople's comments as sort of my final thought. He had mentioned doing things right, and I would like to echo that as well. I'm not against this proposed planning, but I do want to make sure that the town is doing this right, that we've taken into consideration all the other aspects that come with increasing population in this area. And that's everything from me.
Well, thank you very much. If you could stay with us for another moment, Councillor Elgar has a question for you.
Thank you very much through Acting Councillor Giddings. Can staff please confirm, in fact, whether we can, in fact, put a cap on rent? Because when I heard that, I thought, I am so concerned that people really think that this is going to change the cap on rent. And can town staff please get that out there, whether we can or cannot do anything about that?
You, Mr. Chair, it's not something that we're able to control at this point. That is tied directly to market.
I thank you for that. Thanks very much, because I think there's people are thinking that what we do here will change things, and unfortunately, it's not true.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. And Director Charles, while you're on the line there, similar along one of the questions that our delegation had, whether we could insist that any units that are built be rented exclusively for Sheridan College students. Your feedback on that one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another item which we will not have direct control over who actually is open to rental units, unless of course that is operated by Sheridan College directly on their lands. That would be a different story.
Great. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, who's in the queue?
Next we have...
Sorry, just to... Sorry, one point I'd like to make there. I'm disheartened to hear both of those responses, but just to speak to the one councillor, you said that people are being misled here to thinking that what we do here will actually make a change. And I think that's a very outdated perspective. And unfortunately, one I'm quite disheartened to hear coming from a council member because what you do here, the choices you are making here, shape how the town of Oakville will go moving forward. I think that it's dangerous to put out words like that. My mother, when she moved here in the late 80s, came to a town council meeting similar to that I have just done, and she helped vote for the preservation of land in the town of Oakville. And look how beautiful that has shaped our community here. So what you do does matter. Please be very careful about the choice of words you're using there, sir, because that is exactly what we put you in power to do, to help make changes for this town that are important for how we move forward. Thank you for your time this evening, everyone.
And thank you. I choose my words very carefully. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Next, Mr. Chair, we have Anne Ferrero.
Ms. Ferrero, can you hear us, see us? I believe Ms. Ferrero is with us.
Anne, you should be able to speak now. You are unmuted in our system. Anne, did you want to try speaking? Because you are unmuted.
Hello.
Hi, is
Hello.
that...
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Yes, we've been doing this hello for a while now. It seems that when we get the prompts, they don't seem to work out, and I can hear you, but no one can hear me speaking to you.
Well, we can hear
Let's
you.
start again.
We can hear you clearly, and
Okay, let's
share
start
your
again.
thoughts, please.
So good evening, acting mayor, councilors and staff. I'm a 35-year resident and owner in College Park. Firstly, I'd like to enter into the record my submission to the town clerk's office today of 2 petitions that were signed by the residents and owners of the homes in College Park, voicing their opposition to these proposals that are before us this evening. I don't know whether or not you have those.
I see a nodding of heads. Those were... Yes, they are on the web.
They are on the web. All right. Can I also enter into the record that the emails that I have, well, not only I, but a number of our neighbors have forwarded to the mayor, Mark Grant and Jeff Knowles, as well as the town clerk.
I see nodding of heads as well.
Very good.
And a thumbs up.
Right.
2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up. Perfect. So you've heard this evening from a number of my neighbors who have very eloquently stated our concerns and our positions, as I have in my emails as well. So I'll try not to cover that same ground. One of the questions I have is, how are you planning to obtain these lots to realize your zoning and housing objectives? Do you plan to expropriate?
No, not at all. The 3 units as of right from the province and the proposed 4 from the federal government has nothing to do with expropriation. It's for homeowners that may wish to convert their homes in that manner.
So, Mr. Sunderland showed an example of where 3 lots could be purchased, homes taken down, townhouses put up? How would that happen?
A developer would purchase those homes, knock them down, and rebuild them.
So a
Nobody.
private individual would have to approach the existing homeowner.
Oh, definitely, yes.
All right. And how does the town of Oakville plan to enforce bylaws when infractions are woefully ignored currently?
We have a robust municipal enforcement services that react to calls from counselors, from residents, from concerned people.
So what happens when those calls go ignored?
Well, I
What
encourage
report
you.
do the
I
owners
encourage
have?
you to reach out to your counselor, and they would be happy to follow up.
All right. And if that in turn goes ignored, where does it go from there?
I assure you that it will not. Your counselors will certainly follow up on your behalf with you.
Okay. I'm sure that all my neighbors who are listening will duly note that. Affordable housing, it is necessary town-wide, not just in North Oakville. However, I fail to understand how all this proposed building will truly result in affordable housing. These constructions or retrofits cost money, and whoever owns these fourplex units will have to recover their expenses and their initial capital outlay, correct? And so where does this translate into more affordable home ownership unless your plan proposes subdividing these homes into separate single-family dwellings to be sold separately? I don't see that being in your plans, is it?
You're absolutely correct. We do not build homes. We don't charge rent for the homes. That's up to individuals. And we cannot force anyone to rent an apartment or a house at an affordable rate.
So the price of the home or the rental asked cannot be controlled or legislated, and so therefore it doesn't ensure affordable housing, does it?
Correct.
Moving on to Sheridan College. I'm in favor of Sheridan College becoming a more responsible partner in this issue. And here's some of the suggestions that I've put forward. Sheridan College should try a more innovative approach to housing by partnering with other universities with urban planning, their urban planning disciplines, to brainstorm on campus solutions without looking to destroying existing neighborhoods and families. They should be exploring the building of affordable family dwellings by incorporating such buildings onto the existing lands of the college. We are right now thinking about the providing of affordable housing or housing, period, for students. But students and their population come in waves. And there will be a time when you build it and they will not come. And so with that in mind, I'm thinking that perhaps what the college can do, I'm sorry, I have a sinus cold, I'm sorry. What the college should be looking at is using building for the immediate future if they need it for student housing, but with a mind to looking to the future or expanding their thought to incorporating a somewhat affordable type of housing situation for families as well. They certainly have the property within the boundaries of their campus. One of the other things they could do is expand upward, sideways, to the existing athletic facility, the green space directly alongside of the building, eliminate the circular driveway, but they'd have to relocate the beehives, of course. They could build new dorms where I'm sorry, I've already covered this, where that could be easily converted to family-friendly rental accommodations. The grassy knoll adjacent to the existing West End parking lot of the college would make do for low-rise affordable renting housing. They've already got massive parking lots at their disposal to address the parking issue. and the use of the vacant lands to the east and to the south of the existing dorms to build additional student and family housing. These lands already exist. They are unoccupied, unused, and they do not infringe upon the properties that surround this 800-meter area or radius, which I still am at a loss as to understand how or why 800 meters is of any significance. If somebody could really please send me some kind of information on that, I would greatly appreciate it. Does the Sheridan College get some kind of a subsidy per capita per each of those students that lives in his house within that 800-meter radius? Is that where this number comes from?
No.
It does not.
No, the town doesn't provide any.
Well, I'm not asking about whether the town is subsidizing.
Well, you'd have to speak with the province. They're provincially regulated, so you'd have to speak with the province on
Right.
that.
So do you know anything about that? Does anyone on the council know anything about that?
No, the
Does
800.
anyone have any idea?
The 800 meters is a figure used around mass transit stations, around various areas. It's a walkable distance.
So it has nothing to do with
funding, no.
Subsidy and funding.
So we'll put you down as not being in favor of the proposals that we're
Along
speaking
with the
about.
280 plus signatures that are on that those two petitions.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. And in closing, I just wanted to say let's continue our dialogue so that we can solve this with some real thought and planning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Last delegation on the list is Derek Zapp. It shows that we have you with us again.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, finally.
Exactly.
With the last name of Zapp, I'm used to being last, but they say the last for best.
We certainly have. You have up to 10 minutes, or you can agree or disagree with what you've heard so far.
I agree with a lot, and I'll try to be relatively short. I'm a lifelong resident. Stayed all my life to live in Oakville. Bought a house in Oakville in College Park. And my concern, I understand, I have a son who's at Sheridan College, and I know both generational type thing. But the part that concerns me is to, and I'm going to use this word, not exactly as it's used normally, but to discriminate against 280 people to allow full rides in their neighborhood, and only these 280 people or houses is a concern to all the citizens. And I'm being a little different than the people before. People have made a lot of articulate points. But I'd ask the councillors here, who would volunteer to switch, to move their house into this neighborhood with these law changes from where they are? And how about we take 800 meters around every one of the councillors or the mayor's house, and we allow fourplexes built in yours, because that'll help us get more money too. Who would like that? And all the problems that have been raised. This hasn't been thought through, as it was the original plan, where the federal government has been trying to do this health accelerator, did nothing for years, finally developed a crisis after letting too many foreign students in. And now they're forcing us to rush through a decision that doesn't make sense. A whole bunch of people have very well articulated far better plans. So I would like the councillors and the mayor to think about what is the best interest of all the citizens here, building on top of existing places where they're meant to be high-density housing, not just picking on 280 houses. And you've seen the passion that people have spoken from these. My inbox, I told them I was going to be on this delegate, is overflowing with everybody, including, I believe that was probably Ann on before. I was just able to get on. She's one of my neighbors. These people are not happy. These are your constituents who decide who gets into council and who gets elected. And we're very, very concerned, and we're very vocal, and we're very active, and we will do what's in our best interest. We are not happy with this rush through decision on a very select few on something that'll be an albatross. It'll destroy our neighborhoods and the single dwelling homes where we're at. It makes no sense. Which councillor would like to raise their hand and say they would like this in their neighborhood? Any volunteer? Anyone?
Well, thank you.
I suspect not. And the other thing, this was not communicated well. It started in March, you had a meeting in July, you just raced it through. And that's why we haven't had time to properly plan stuff. And to the same point about all the stuff that over there in Sheridan College, I walked through there throughout, there's a ton of space there. And I believe there's a letter from Councillor, I think it was Grant or Noel, they haven't done anything since 2009. So how about we get Sheridan College on board instead of, picking on 289 people that will have their whole value that they've saved up destroyed by this decision, rather than the much better proposals, well thought decisions that have been voiced tonight. We would like to consider.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your information.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Done, she says. All right. Thank you, councillors. Looking for a mover for a motion that the comments from the public with respect to the proposed town-initiated official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments be received, and that staff considers such comments as may be provided by council and the public. Councillor Chisholm? And that is moved by Councillor Chisholm. I see some hands here. Councillor Elder.
Thank you. Through acting mayor. I would like to ask for recorded vote on this. I voted against it when it officially came on January 22nd. I do not believe what we're doing here is correct. So I would just vote on it again because I realize we're not, I just want to be consistent as I go through this. And I got a lot of things I could say, but at this hour, why bother? So I just want a recorded vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elder. Councillor Knoll?
Without dragging this out more than is necessary, I think it's important that we get a response from the planning director or somebody on that team to identify the issues that have been circled, just to make sure that we've captured everything, or perhaps in the alternative to circulate it to us tomorrow, so that we have an opportunity to review it and make sure that things have been captured. I certainly have a couple things that I'd like to make sure we get on the question list for next time. So I'll leave that to your discretion, but I just like to make sure we don't lose that, because there's a lot of really excellent points raised tonight, and really good feedback received, and I want to make sure we've captured it.
No, understand, and there's Director Charles. I believe that Director Charles said that he'd be happy to have us send any further questions from the notes that we've taken this evening. Director Charles, did you want to add to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's just what I was going to reiterate. We're happy to send it around. Once we have the list from council, we'll make sure that that's consolidated for the minutes.
All right, Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you, Acting Chair Giddings. I have two follow-ups. One is, will there be some form of frequently asked questions posted on the website along with the current information that is posted? It is a while before we meet again, and people, when they live in a vacuum and don't have answers, I think it's incredibly unsettling for them. Is that something that we can look forward to having occur in the next couple of weeks?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor. There's a number of basic facts there and some other background material that we can add, including staff's presentation and report from this evening, and we can augment the list that's there currently.
Thanks very much. And my other question is just to confirm that tonight we are simply receiving the report, and we return. Do we have an exact date that we're returning?
Through the chair, as Mr. Sunderland mentioned, we're aiming for the end of April, early May, in order to meet the 90-day timeframe that was requested by the minister.
Okay, and at that time, given the hour of the night and all the information we received, we'll have an opportunity to go yay or nay based on all we've learned and any additional insights you'll give us in the report that'll be posted in advance of the meeting.
Through the chair, that's correct. The book staff will be presenting would be a final version of the OPA and the zoning map.
All right, thanks very much for clarifying.
Yeah, for further clarity, on page 235 of our agenda this evening, the recommendation is that the comments from the public with respect to the proposed town-initiated official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments be received, and that staff considers such comments as may be provided by council and the public. So nothing is being approved this evening, merely saying that we've received the report, not that we agree, disagree, whatever, that it's been received. Councillor Elgar.
Yeah, thank you. Through acting mayor, I just wanted to confirm to be sure, because there has been a large number of emails received to members of council, and I realized they were not copied to the clerk. Does the mayor's office send those emails to the clerk, or do we have to all forward them to the clerk?
I will let the clerk answer that question.
Through the chair, anything that you think the clerk should have for the record to pass off to the planning department, please do so.
So there's nothing that the mayor's office does not forward it, or just sent to the mayor and members of council?
Typically, we would get it, but just to double check, you might want to just send it to us.
I thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot to mention something when I spoke last time, and I'm glad that Councillor Hazelfield spoke after me, because I want to emphasize something she said and really reinforce it. The idea of frequently asked questions, specifically around some of the lack of understanding of what this proposal entails, would be really useful. I mean, I think there was a common thread of some people believing that somehow the town is going to come and take the lands away, or that we're going to be developing the lands, or that suddenly there's going to be development proposals popping up all over the place. I think that issues like that need to be clearly addressed in the frequently asked questions section in citizen language that they can understand and help inform their own opinions on this. Because in the extreme volume of emails that Councillor Grant and I have had, specifically around the College Park stuff, and for many people in the community, they think that this is just a Ward 5 thing, that the as of right 4 is in Ward 5 and College Park, the college 4 levels is in Ward 5. I know that it's not, but even the way the staff report was written, it's a little misleading. So I think the emails that we're getting are expressing all sorts of fear, some of it valid, but some of it misunderstanding the materials that have been circulated. Not everybody got to the public consultation meeting, and not everybody lives and breathes this stuff, but you can see the level of interest in this. And I dare say that the vast majority of the people who spoke tonight were from the College Park area. So I do know what our residents are concerned about and what they're saying in the emails. And as much as we're trying to respond and dispel some of these rumors, the first most important rumor was that we're not making a decision tonight. That was one of the biggest ones that we've been receiving over the past week or so. So just again, to reemphasize Councillor Hazelfield's excellent suggestion, let's do that, but let's really go through the questions and also have a section on, correcting perceptions, or did you know kind of thing, in a language and in terms that constituents will understand and not delve into planner speak, which sometimes happens to be the case in some of these reports. So not that that's bad, because you are planners, but I think that we really have to be very clear on what it is this proposal is, and most importantly, what it's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. In other words, what it means and what it doesn't mean, correct?
Bingo. Yep.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add one more thing to Councillor Elgar's question. Everything that the Planning Department has received and everything that the Clerk's Department has received on this item up until noon today is posted on the agenda, on the revised agenda. So you will find all the correspondence that we've received up until noon. So if there's anything that you have that you would like added to this information for planning, please let us know. Thank you.
So Councillor Elgar, you asked for a recorded vote on this?
Yes, I did. Yes.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor O'Meara?
Sorry, this is clarification. So we're voting on whether to receive all of the delegates who came and spoke tonight or not. Their information. We're being asked a recorded vote to receive what everybody went and said tonight.
And the staff report, correct. So further to the conversation that we just had, just to make it very clear, no decision has been made this evening. We aren't voting in favor of 4 units as of right in any area. This is merely accepting the report that is available at oakville.ca. Madam Clerk, could you call the recorded vote?
Through the chair, if I could ask for those who are not in favor, those who are against, please to raise your hands. Councillor Elgar? Is there anyone else? And everybody else is in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that is carried. Item, Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Through you, Acting Chair. I just wanted to say that express an incredible thanks to the number of people who came out. And even though the volume of emails has been a bit overwhelming, the variety of the information has been significant and thoughtful, and so I appreciate the engagement the public has shared with us, and to all of us who have soldiered on, and somebody who has a bad cold and who's still continue on. So thank you, everybody, for all our patience.
It's not over yet, Councillor. Councillor Chisholm.
We're getting there. Come on.
Councillor Giddings, I want to thank you for controlling our meeting tonight. You did an excellent job. The mayor should be worried about who's chairing our meetings. Well done. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's not over yet. So we have moved by Councillor Chisholm. That was called, and that's been voted upon, and that was carried. Discussion items. Item 7.1, the notice of intention to demolish 530 Carson Lane. As you know from the agenda, that has been through the Heritage Advisory Committee. Are there any delegations at this time of night for 7.1? There are not. So I'm looking for a mover on that unless anyone needs further information. Councillor McNeice, are you moving acceptance of that? Are there any opposed to Councillor McNeice's motion? Well, moved by Councillor McNeice that the property at 530 Carson Lane be removed from the Oakville Register of Properties of Cultural Heritage Value and Interest, and that prior to demolition, the property owners allow for the salvage of materials from the house, and that has been carried. We don't have any confidential discussion items. We do have item 9, the advisory committee minutes. Looking for a mover on that. If there are no questions, Councillor Knoll, are you moving that? Thank you. That the following recommendation pertaining to item 4.1 of the Heritage Advisory Committee minutes from its meeting of February 27th, 2024 be approved and the remainder of the minutes be received. And 4.1, Heritage permit application for 27 Reynolds Street, construction of a new second-story rear addition. Heritage permit application for the construction of a new second-story rear addition with ground floor staircases at 27 Reynolds Street as attached in Appendix B of the report dated Feb 13th from Planning Services be approved subject to the following Final details of windows, doors, trim, cladding materials, and paint colors be submitted to the Heritage Planning staff for final approval, and that this heritage permit expire 2 years from the date of final approval of council. And just to make sure nobody's opposed to that, Madam Clerk, half a minute to 11. I think we can do it. Looking for a motion that this committee will rise from committee of the whole and report, moved by Councillor Elgar. Any opposed to that? And that is carried. I rise and report that the committee of the whole has met and has made recommendations on consent items 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5. Public hearing items 6.1 and 6.2, discussion items 7.1, and the Heritage Advisory Committee minutes 9.1 as noted by the clerk. And a mover for that, Councillor Longo, and seconded by Councillor Grant, that the report and recommendations of the Committee of the Whole be approved. Any opposed? That's that, and that is carried. Under number 11, new business. Anything of an emergency, congratulatory or condolences? Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Very quickly, it's International Women's Day week. I just want to call out to all the charities in town and the moms, the sisters, the aunts, the grandmas, your partners, your nieces, that it's a time of celebration for all women to have had the ability to pursue their dreams and to be empowered to do as they can for our community and for the international community. And I hope we all have an opportunity to enjoy and celebrate at some of these great events, including the ones that are happening downtown and the Savas event this week, etc. It's a moment in time where we pause and say, well done, move forward, and stick together.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. Councillor Nanda.
Thank you, Councillor Haslett-Thiel, for that introduction to International Women's Day. I just want to quickly announce that I will be hosting my second annual International Women's Day this Wednesday, March 6th at 6:30 at our very own town hall. I'd like to invite everyone to come out there and celebrate all the amazing women and everything that they have achieved. So thank you for all those that'll be able to come into attendance for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Nanda, and thank you for organizing that again this year. With that, Madam Clerk. Bylaws. Just a reminder for Council that the memo from Planning Services dated Feb 29th was replaced with 2024-005, and looking for a mover for that, Councillor Knoll, and that is seconded by Councillor Adams, that the bylaws noted be passed. Any against, any not in favor? And that's carried. So 12.1, bylaw 2024-005 is revised, a bylaw to designate the Miller House at 361 McDonald Road as a property of cultural heritage, value, or interest, as revised. Bylaw 2024-035, a bylaw to declare that certain land is not subject to part lot control, blocks 2, 8, 9, 10, and 11 on Plan 20M1258, Martelac Estates, Inc. 12.3, bylaw 2024-036, a bylaw to declare that certain land is not subject to part lot control, blocks 149 to 161, 166, 167, 173, 174, and 181, Plan 20M1255, Graydon Banning Limited. And 12.4, bylaw 2024-043, a bylaw to confirm the proceeds of a meeting of council. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, we're adjourned. Thanks all. Have a good night.
Well done, Dave.